Okay. Hello, everyone. Kindly confirm you can hear me. Okay, I can see your messages. Please confirm you can hear me before we start. Okay, we have 31 people on the call right now. Please, if you can hear me clearly, I would like to know in the comments. Hello, everyone. Please confirm you can hear me in the comments so that I can continue. Okay. Okay, thanks so much for the confirmation, this Lord. Okay, thank you, Ayodon, for the confirmation. Please confirm that it is not lagging. Confirm you can see me, confirm you can hear me, and then we start from there. Okay. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. For those who said they haven't received the data set yet, I'll be sending the data set, so you don't really have to worry about that. So just like we always do, if you have anyone who is supposed to be here and is not here yet, please send the link to them so that they can join us. Let them know that we have this amazing session that we're going to be starting right away. Send the links to them, and then they can also benefit from the many insightful things that we're going to be benefiting today. So I would like also to know where you're joining from. Let's know in the comments, where are you joining from? Are you joining from Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria? Are you joining from Canada? Let's know in the comments where you are joining from. Okay. All right. So thank you so much, everyone, once again. Like I said, we are going to be doing a lot of things today. So which means we won't wait for latecomers. We won't wait for anyone today, right? So once again, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, depending on where you're joining from. A very big welcome to every one of you for joining here today. I am Esther Anagu, and I'm a data analyst and a data scientist. I'm also the founder of L2H. I know many of you have heard about that, about the company Learned to Hired. It's a community now that has been created to help aspiring data professionals move from learning data skills, learning SQL, learning Excel, learning Power BI, to actually using those skills to create opportunities for themselves. And if this is your first time joining one of our sessions, you are very welcome. And some of you, like I said earlier, may know me from LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram, or on our WhatsApp channel. And I also know that a lot of you may be joining us today because someone shared or reposted this session. So I'll quickly tell you why L2H exists. So L2H was created because I noticed a gap. If you've heard me or if you've seen many of my posts, I think you should already have heard this. L2H was created because I noticed the gap. There are so many people out there, they are learning Excel, they are learning SQL, they are learning Power BI, they are learning Python, they are learning other data skills, they are watching tutorials, they are collecting certificates, they are enrolling in different platforms just to learn these data skills. They're even building a lot of knowledge. But at some point, they start asking themselves, can I actually use this? Can I actually use what I've learned so far? Many of them are not confident enough. That's because they've not implemented what they've been learning. And many of them even ask themselves that how can they turn these skills into real opportunities? And that is the gap that we are trying to help close at L2H, which is Learned to Hired. That's exactly why today's session is very important. And before I go on, please confirm you can hear me clearly as well. Okay, thanks for the confirmation. So like I said, that's exactly why today's session is very, very important. So we are not just here to talk about Excel. We're not here to tell you the Excel interface, how to identify your rows, how to identify your columns, when to use your Control Z, when to use your Control Y. We are not really here to tell you all those things, but we're here to use Excel. Like I said, it's a practical session because there is a difference between watching 20 Excel tutorials, enrolling in different platforms to learn Excel, and being given a data set and knowing exactly what to do with it. And so you can even know what pivot table is. If I should ask some persons here now, they may be able to tell me what a pivot table is. They may be able to tell me what an X lookup function does. You can even create a chart. But can you take a real data set? Can you work with that data set? Can you analyze it? Can you find something meaningful in it? Can you communicate with what you have found, right? And that's why we are here to practice. We are here to use Excel, not just to know about Excel. Many people here know about Excel already. Now, how do we practice it? How do we use Excel to make decisions? How do we use Excel to answer some business problems that some organizations can have? So please, I don't want you to just sit back and watch. I would like you to get your laptop ready. I sent an email out, and I believe some of you got the email. For those who registered for it, you open your Excel file. I'm also going to be sending a data set. I'm also going to be making it available in no time. So you're going to also work along with Edmond, who we have invited to have this session with us. You're also going to try things out. You're going to make a lot of mistakes. So don't be scared of making mistakes. Ask questions where possible. Whenever you have questions, please ask them in the comments. I'm there. I'll be checking through all those questions. So when you have questions, go there and ask those questions, and we are going to answer them, because I don't want you to just leave here saying, okay, I attended an Excel class. I want you to leave here saying that I now understand how I can actually use Excel to solve real problems. And this is just the beginning, right? Today, we are starting with Excel. If you're on my WhatsApp channel, you would have seen the series of messages I've been sending for some time now. We are going to start, we're starting with Excel today. And over the coming weeks, we are also going to bring in more practical sessions around Power BI, around SQL, around Python, around other Excel, other tools or skills that can help you to become very effective as a data professional, that can also help you to become proficient, right? So we are also going to be having this session. So if you are not on the WhatsApp channel here yet, I encourage you to join the WhatsApp channel. I also encourage you to subscribe to the YouTube channel, this YouTube channel now, so that you can get updates whenever we have live sessions like this. And our goal today is very, very simple. It's for you to learn, it's for you to practice what we are going to teach, and it's also for you to use it. And so once again, I welcome you all to this session, this L to H session, which is Learned to Hired. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you to everyone that shared the session. Thank you to everyone that helped to share the word. Over 800 people registered. So we're expecting more people to join us today. And of course, we couldn't have had a practical Excel session without someone who actually works with data and business intelligence in the real world. And before I introduce our facilitator for today, I would like to know in the comments, those that are excited. Are you excited for this session already? Let me know in the comments before I introduce our facilitator today. So don't worry, for those asking for where the WhatsApp channel is, I'm going to be sending the link to the chat. So don't worry. But before I introduce, I would like you to let me know if you are excited for this session. I'm yet to get a response. Should we wait for them to give us responses? Okay, excited. I can see people are very excited for the session. I'm glad to see that. Okay, so today I'm very, very pleased, and I'm even tempted to give you like the backstory, just like what I did in the first class. We had a month ago, we had a session on freelancing, how you can get your first client and all. And during that session, we invited a very qualified teacher, and a lot of people gained a lot of things, many insightful lessons from the tutorial. And what I did was to go online, search for those that had that capability to teach us in the right way, to help to open our eyes in a way that we would understand, in a way that we would get to freelance as data professional. So when I went there, I got him. So this time around, I did the same thing. I did not just select anybody. I went online. I searched for the best data analyst on Upwork, and one of the names that popped up was our facilitator's name. And so I reached out to him and he responded. So please, let's welcome Edmond Nathan. Let's welcome him. Let's say you are welcome. And I'm going to do the introduction shortly while he joins us. So Edmond is a Microsoft certified Power BI data analyst and is also a Microsoft Fabric analytics engineer with experience across Power BI, Excel, SQL, Python, data modeling, dashboard development, and process automation. He works on building business intelligence solutions that help organizations turn data into actionable insights. And so today, you're going to be learning from someone who does not just understand these tools theoretically, but we're going to actually learn from someone that uses them in a professional setting. So when I told you we're going to be having a practical session, you need to believe me. So Edmond, thank you so much for accepting our invitation. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. Thank you for being here with us today. We are really, really excited to have you. So I know you can see from the comment section how excited these guys are. So you are welcome, and the floor is now yours. Welcome once again, Edward, and thanks for accepting our invitation.
Thank you so much, Esther. Thank you. You're really doing a great work here. And I must say that I'm really, really pleased to be here, right? When I started my data journey, I had quite a lot of people who came through for me. And I also told myself that, look, since I've been able to learn a lot from people who have been, generous enough to, share their knowledge with me, I would also love to impact people whenever I have the opportunity. So when your call came in, I just knew that, yeah, I was going to do it because it's also my way of giving back. Now, like she said, my name is Edmond Nathan, and today we'll be talking about Excel. So we're going to start from scratch, from looking at data to, looking at business problems, and then move down to data cleaning, of course, analysis, and of course, developing a dashboard that we will be using to communicate our insight to our stakeholders, whoever they might be. Now, I took a practical look at this because as a data analyst in organizations, usually there are actually steps that you follow. There are also the back and forth you have with your stakeholders before eventually you get to start analyzing your data to answer the business questions that you are supposed to answer. So yeah, I'm actually the founder of Zen Analytics Hub, also involved in training and of course providing analytics solutions or any form of data solution to individuals and to organizations. So it is my pleasure to be with you today, and I hope that we all will learn something before leaving here. So please, if you have your laptop, get it ready. I believe that Esther has already sent out the data sets that we're going to be using today. So we will first look at a few things before we jump into the webinar proper. So quickly, I'm going to share my screen because I want us to quickly look at a few things that we'll be dealing with today. Please feel free to drop your questions in the chat session. Esther is there. We also have a few more persons who are there to, I think we have Udogo and Kingsley, who will also be helping to answer your questions. And whenever my attention is needed, I'm sure Esther will call my attention to that. So quickly, so we're going to be dealing from raw sales data to an interactive business dashboard. Basically, that's what we're going to be doing here. It's Excel, and actually, we're not really going to go into Power BI that much, but we're going to touch Power Query because I think based on the poll that Esther actually carried out on the channel, quite a few people wanted to see how to use Power Query to do one or two things. So we're going to use that to also clean our data and also to integrate our data. So this is how we're going to flow, right? We're going to look at First, we're going to try to understand our data, understand the various fields in the table. Then, of course, we're going to do a quality check on our data to ensure that our data is actually ready for analysis. And if we are able to, if we find any form of inconsistency or any messy data or missing data, whatever the case might be, we're going to clean that data. And of course, we have two different tables. We would like to use VLOOKUP or to actually enrich our table so that we can effectively carry out our analysis. Now, this is one option which we will do in Excel. These are options that we're going to do in Excel, but I would also want us to do a similar thing in Power Query, right? So instead of using a lookup, we're going to be using a merge in Power Query. And of course, we're going to be using similar cleaning tools, transformational tool to actually clean the data in Power Query before loading it back to Excel and ensure that it is complete and consistent before we go ahead to carry out our analysis proper. Now, if you've seen the table, you will notice that these are some of the fields as in the data set, and some of the inconsistencies that are there, which we are all going to be checking. Things like the quality check involves things like leading and trailing spaces, inconsistent capitalization, spelling, label variation, blank or nulls in our data, or as we usually call it, missing data, right? Then we might also want to look at the duplicate record where necessary. Then maybe the data type. We have to ensure that all our data each column carries the same data type, and each column is also assigned to the right data types. Then numbers, as installed as text, again, looking at it as basically looking at the data type and all of that. So beside that, we are also going to try and again, using the VLOOKUP, if you already have our table, you will notice that some of the prices are not in the main table. It's in a separate table called price table. So we will need to bring that into our main table before we're able to carry out the analysis that we need to carry out and also answer the business questions before us today. Then these are some of the cleaning approaches that we will follow. Again, like I said, we're going to go the Excel approach and then the Power Query equivalent of whatever it is that we are going to do in Excel. Then we're going to also try to enrich our data, again, like I said, using VLOOKUPs and, of course, merge and expanding of our queries so that we can have a complete data. Then after you must have carried out all your cleaning and ensure that your data is consistent and complete, you would want to also validate that all of what you thought are correct are actually correct before you go ahead and start your analysis. So basically, that is what we're going to be dealing. I just wanted to give us a rundown of the things that we're going to be handling today. So quickly, without wasting much time, I'm going to bring up the Excel sheet. And please, if you have your own, if you have your laptop with you and you already have the data, quickly try to open it and let's walk through this together. Don't forget, today is actually a walkthrough, okay? I do, you do. And if you have questions, feel free to drop it in the chat session. And I want to believe that somebody there will respond to you. And if you require me to share to explain something for you practically, my attention will be called to that as well. So if we are okay with the introduction and you're ready to start, I would really, really want to see some reactions from you guys. Maybe, what was it called? Just using your favorite emoji will do, really, so that we can get going. All right, so this is our data. And as you can see, we have certain columns that are here. And yeah, down to column H, we have
Okay, hello. Okay,
hi.
Yeah, so before you start talking about the dashboard, I just wanted to, the data set. I wanted to confirm if many people had received it yet. We have sent the data set to the comment section and also to the WhatsApp channel. So if you have accessed it, I gave access to everybody that has access to the link. So please quickly download it now so that he can start the overview of the dashboard. Because, sorry, I keep saying dashboard, the overview of the
That's
data
totally
set.
fine.
Okay, so please, if you have, do you have access? I want as many people to have access to that data set before we start the overview. So I can see that many people said they can't access it. Like I said, I've sent it to the WhatsApp channel and also sent it to the comment. So I'll keep sending it for those that did not receive it. Thank you so much. Yes, please, you can continue.
All right, thank you so much, Esther. So please, hopefully you will be able to access it because I can actually see it in the chat session. Please try to quickly do that while I walk us through the data set. Remember the first thing we said we're going to do from the screen, I just explained things to us, is to first understand the data and to ensure that the data is clean enough for our analysis, okay? So quickly, we are going to go through this data. And first, this is a date column, and so they should also be tagged as a date column. This is a text, text. But if you go to the right, you will see that there's a quantity column, which is actually not a text column, right? So quickly, we might want to also look at that. So another thing is, if you look at this, the only numeric column we have here is this. And we are supposed to be answering some business questions such as, how is the business performing overall at this point in time that we're analyzing the data? We cannot achieve that without certain things. And the second question even make it clearer. How have revenue and profit changed over time? But if you look at our data, there's nothing like revenue here. However, we have another table called the price table, where we already have the various products and their various prices. This is actually the prices for cost prices and selling price, right? So for us to be able to get the revenue, we might want to bring this into this table so that we can calculate our revenue. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do before we go to that side, if you look at the product table, column rather, if you look at the product column, you will notice some inconsistencies, right? Look at how, okay, Monkstraps is spelled properly, I think all true, that makes sense. However, I am seeing a boot in capital letter, and then we also seen both in small letter. However, when we are aggregating, we would want all boots to be aggregated together. We don't want to see something in capital or uppercase and then the others in lowercase. Likewise, if you come to the category column, you would also notice that we have the types, the categories, some of them are formal in caps, while others are not. And if you scroll down, you'll also see that some of them are in proper case. Now, for the Monkstraps, you can also see that some of them are in uppercase. So all of this, we will have to first normalize them or standardize the columns before we go ahead with our analysis. In fact, before we use our lookup, we will definitely have to normalize each and every one of these columns. So please, can you guys confirm that you have the data set? Because I would want to start with the cleaning of the data. Please confirm that you have the data set ready so that we can get going. You can do that in the chat session, and I think we can get started. Now, the whole idea is that we don't want anyone to be missed out, okay? So we want everyone to follow along. Esther, I think you might want to attend to some of them that are saying they have only view, only access. All right. I'm seeing quite a few people who already have the data. Okay. All right. Okay, so quite a few people already have that. But as Esther said, she's going to keep dropping them in the chat, okay? And as she keeps dropping them, please, if you have view only, you might want to check the latest one that has just been posted. Thank you. So quickly, we're going to move to cleaning our data, okay? And please don't forget, if you have a question, kindly drop it in the chat session. Again, we have about 3 persons in the chat session who will be helping out with our questions. And if I need to do anything on the screen, they will call my attention to it. Thank you for that. So quickly, we're going to quickly standardize each of these columns. Okay, I think there are about 3 columns that have some anomalies, right? Yes, there are about 3 columns. So quickly, we're going to attend to each and every one of them so that we can get going. Now, how do we go about this in Excel? Remember, I said we're going to follow the Excel route and then the Power Query route, okay? So for the Excel route, the first thing we're going to do is we might want to introduce another column here, then make reference to this column and have this column cleaned. Likewise, this column and this column. So when you click on this and right click, you'll be able to add additional column, or rather additional column to your data set. So I'm going to quickly do that, and it has introduced a new column for us here. So we're going to name this, call this products cleaned. Okay, let's call it products cleaned. Now we have products cleaned. So what do we do to ensure that we have consistency in our spellings, right? And then the cases, right? So quickly, we're going to come here. And of course, I believe that each and every one of us already know that you might really need to, for you to use any formula, you will have to start with the equal sign. So quickly, we're going to use equal sign, and we can decide to make this all lowercase, uppercase, or proper case. So in this case, I would want us to work with the proper case. And what do I mean by proper case? Just something like this. Each product starting with what? A capital letter, and then the rest follows with lower cases. So I'm going to go with upper, which is actually a function in Excel. Sorry, proper, which is a function in Excel, right? And then I pick one of this. Now I'm picking the first one because we are going to just fill this down once we are done. Okay, so once you've achieved that, you will close the bracket, and voila, we have this. Okay, you can now see that both is now looking good. You know, the same thing here and the same thing here. Likewise, the one strap, you can now see that all of them are having a proper case. Okay, so quickly. All right, and for the business question, I think Esther will drop this in this session. I'm meant to understand that some people do not really have this just yet. So I'm quickly going to drop that somewhere so that Esther can actually drop it for us, okay? All right, so we'll continue, okay? So now for the product, we have cleaned the product we have standardized the product names in terms of the spelling and of course the cases. Now, one thing we're also not sure of is, do we have trailing spaces? At this point, we might not be able to see that because trailing spaces or having hidden characters are not things you naturally will see. Will see with naked eyes, right? So these are like things that are probably not very visible for you to see. However, we're going to use the trim later, but let's continue with the standardization process. And if the need comes for trimming, we do that and other things that we need to do. So quickly, I'm also going to introduce another column here. Okay, I'm going to introduce another column here. Sorry, I think I copied something, and so that is still on the clipboard. That's why we're having that issue. Okay. So again, we have just introduced another one. So quickly, I'm going to send this to Esther, please, so that she can make that available for us. Okay. So now we have just introduced another column, but should it be here? We can decide to make it to the right, right? We can decide to take it to the right. We can decide to make this to the right or just here, but again, we have to what? Name it properly, okay? So for this one, we will call it category cleaned. Category cleaned, okay? And here, we're going to repeat the same process we did earlier, still using the upper function, and then pick from here. And ooh, I think I used upper, right? Sorry about that. It's proper that we need because we want consistency. Now, you might be wondering, why is this happening like this? Because this is already a table. You can see that if I click inside this data set, it shows the table design up here. Now, if this was a range, this wouldn't automatically fill, okay? You will have to do what? You will have to fill this, all right? Using the fill button here, double clicking on it or dragging it down before it fills. However, for analysis, it is usually encouraged that we use tables, okay? So that's why this is in table. So again, we're gonna do the same thing with this. So quickly, I'm gonna introduce the last column here and call this brand cleaned. Okay, so I'm gonna call this brand cleaned, and we're going to repeat the same process again. This time I'm not gonna make a mistake, so we're going to use our proper and not upper. Now, I want to believe that this looks quite good. I think if you look at this, all the clean columns are probably looking good, right? This guy is looking good. If I scroll to the left, I think cleaned, this is also looking good. So I think we're good with this part, okay? So another thing I would also want us to do, this is not too necessary, but I just want you to see how this is done. I would want us to also extract the month, because the reason why I said this is not necessary, pivot table can actually help us to quickly do this. However, it's no harm to know how this is done. Okay, so I want us to extract the month from here. Okay, I want us to extract the month from here. Or no, I think I want us to, let's use pivot table. At least that's something that, okay. So for now, I think we're good with the standardization of the text. Next up is ensuring that we're able to calculate our revenue, our profits, and also our profit margin, okay? So the next thing we're gonna do is to bring in our selling prices, and also our cost prices, okay? So I'm gonna call this price, we can call it selling price, not to. Okay. We can call it selling price, right? So I want us to bring that in. And I would want us to actually use a function called VLOOKUP, okay? VLOOKUP. Now, how do we go about this? First, there are two ways that we can actually use VLOOKUP. In fact, any of the formulas in Excel. So we're going to use the two methods. One, we're going to go to the function the insert function, and we're also going to use the direct formula method. Now, the function method is usually easier because in case you don't know what next to do, it clearly explains what you need to do. But again, we're going to go with the formula first. Then we will bring in the cost price. we will use the insert function method. All right, so for now, quickly, let's try to see using VLOOKUP. Now, there's something about VLOOKUP when you're using VLOOKUP. Whatever it is that you are looking up will have to be to the leftmost, actually, if possible, of the very things that you're trying to bring in. So we have the product, because I'm going to use the cleaned product to bring this in, okay? Now, remember we have two products here. We have the product which came with the data set, but we have to clean that. So we're going to use this one. So VLOOKUP, now at the bottom, it gives us a hint of what we're going to be doing. Now, the first thing it's asking for is, or rather the first argument is what? The lookup value. The lookup value. So what is our lookup value? Remember, we're trying to bring the prices for our what? For our products. Okay? We're trying to bring the prices for each of the product. Now, if I do this, sorry, I'm going to cancel this because I want you to see something. And please, if I'm too fast, feel free to let me know. Now, if I do this, you will notice that we have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 products here, right? So meaning we have to bring this, wherever there is booths on this, we want to be able to look up this table, right? We want to be able to look up this table and bring in the price. For instance, Monkstrap is this selling price and this cost price. We want to be able to use VLOOKUP to bring these two into our table so that we can carry out our analysis. Okay? So, let's get going. But can I just see some reaction in the comment section before I move so that I will not move faster than everyone else? Please, if you are following or if you want me to repeat something, just quickly just drop a message in the session, and if you're good to go, let's keep going. Let's keep going. All right, I just want to see if we are together. Okay, somebody is saying I'm not catching up. If you're not catching up, you could tell us where you want us to quickly look at. Okay, the whole idea of the webinar is for us to move together. It's a practical session, okay? So I want us to move together, okay? Yeah, I can see some people saying they are following. And for some of you who say you're not able to follow, we have not done much. Remember, earlier we discussed about the inconsistencies on this spellings, some spellings on these columns, right? For instance, the both is spelled in uppercase here is spelled in lowercase, and all of that, and we needed to normalize it. We didn't do much. We just created a new column by right-clicking and, of course, inserting a new one. And after that, we named it as product cleaned, and then we used the proper function. And that's because we all decided that we are going to be using a proper case for every one of our texts, okay? Especially in the category and, of course, the ones that have some anomalies. Now, all you just need to do is equal to pick the proper case and then pick whatever it is that you want to clean, and that's what we've just done. Close your bracket, press enter, and it will automatically populate. Okay, all right. So, and if that is okay, we just repeated the same process here and here, and we move to this. Now, I've not done anything here other than to, in fact, I didn't do anything because when you're dealing with a table, you don't really need to be adding, say, okay, I want to add this to part of the table, to be part of the table. Automatically, once you start typing, right, Excel senses or automatically senses that you are adding a new column to your table. Okay, once I enter this, you see that this has automatically been added to our table. If I click here, you will notice that the table design disappears. But if I click here, you see that it's there, meaning this is part of the table, but this is not part of the table. All right, let's move forward. Okay, thank you all for those that actually responded in the session. Okay, thank you for all of you that just responded in the chat session. So quickly, since I've recapped what we have done, I will move on with the VLOOKUP. And for the VLOOKUP, I said there are two ways that we can do this, and I would want us to carry out the two methods here. Okay, the first method is using the formula method. Again, for every formula that you're writing in Excel, you must start with the equal sign. Okay, it's more like you're trying to call a formula, sort of, right? So if you don't really cue in that, oh, okay, so I need your help now, that's basically what equal sign is saying. So I need Excel formula help. Now that we've done that, which of the formula do you need help? As in, which of the formulas do you need to help you, right? In our case, is the VLOOKUP, and we are, once I start typing, of course, it appears. You can just press the tab key, or you can even type it in full, okay? You can type it in full and press the enter key. That's what I just did. But of course, Excel is so smart, and also I made a mistake in my typing. Okay, so so quickly we're going to continue. This is here because the formula I wrote before was VLOOP, not VLOOKUP. So that's why we're having this error. However, the moment we do the right thing, it will automatically be corrected. Now, again, VLOOKUP asks you for few arguments. The first thing is the lookup value. What is the lookup value? What value are we trying to check the price for? In our case, is the values from the product table. And we decided that we're going to use the cleaned product table, column. Okay, so we're going to start with this one, and Excel will help us to fill it down. Now, if you're dealing with a range is more like the opposite of table, right? Where the table is not automated, you will have to drag it down yourself or use the fill button. However, in our case, because this is a table, once I pick this, which is our lookup value, you will notice something immediately, right? And I put a comma. You will notice that the lookup value was initially bolded, right? But now it's asking for the table array. And the table array is basically asking you, so, okay, you want me to look up this value. Where do you want me to look it up from, right? So you will go to the very table where you want to look up this value and then bring it here. Now, in our case, we're trying to bring in what's it called? We're trying to bring in the prices, okay? We're trying to bring in the prices. So I'm going to go to the price sheet, okay? And we want to bring in the prices. I can decide to go this way, or I can just even decide to take all. However, the next action, right? If I select all of this, sorry about that. And I'm going to take that out because there's something I want you to observe, right? Let me just put this for clarity's sake. So if I go here, I can decide to pick just the table that I'm interested in, or I can also decide to pick all the table. Now, once I do this, I've highlighted this, and you can already see that up here, right? It's saying that I'm on the price sheet, and I am trying to look up this value from this range, right? From A2 to C9. And I think it's very clear for us to see. I highlighted, my highlight started from A2 toward C9, right? That is what it is covering. Now, once I have highlighted that, the next thing is I will just put a comma. Now, again, remember earlier after I did this one, the next thing, this was highlighted, but immediately I fulfilled this criteria or this argument, it moved to what? Column index. Okay, it moves to column index. What does this mean? Now, if you're doing a lookup, each table have a column number, and it's easy for us to see. Of course, this is A is the first column, B is the second column, C is the third column. Now, even if this is up to 100 column, you will only be concerned about, in terms of this index number, column index number, you'll be concerned with only the very column that you're interested in. Okay, in our case, the first thing we want to do is to bring in the selling price, which is the second column here, right? This is the second column. So here, right, I am going to put the number 2 because this is 1, this is 2, and that is why I have 2 here. Okay. Now, again, if you look at what we have down here, after the column index number, the next thing is a comma, and then is asking you for what? Range lookup. And this is just as easy as this, okay? It's asking you, do you want an approximate match or you want an exact match? In our own case, we want an exact match of what we want. And there are 2 ways we can do this. I can just decide to say, okay, since I want an exact match, I want to click on this, okay? And then it comes in like this. Another option is just like we know in machine language, 0 and 1 are 2 things that we can use for the Boolean values, right? 0 for false and then 1 for true, okay? So I can also decide to just put a 0 here. Either way, you are good to go. And immediately I did that, did you notice that the last criteria has been met? And so the next thing is for me to close this bracket. And once I do that and press the enter key, let's see what happens. Whoa, there is a problem. Whoa, so we only have 4, but the formula is supposed to be correct, right? So what could have been the problem? Let's troubleshoot. Now, these are things that naturally will be happening to you, okay? Now, something we need to know is that this table here, okay, the shoe sales table is actually longer than this table, okay? So if I do not fix this table, it continues beyond this to keep searching for all of the things I'm saying you should look up. So if you look at our formula, right, this one is correct because this is within range. But if I go down here, you will notice that, and I'm saying within range because remember when we were checking earlier, A2 to C9 was what we said we're looking at, right? Likewise, this and this. But if you look at this one, it has started going beyond what our range is supposed to be. Remember, our C stops at 9, but that is 13. That is outside the scope of what we're supposed to be looking at. Okay? So there is what we call types of referencing, right? We have the absolute referencing, and then we have relative referencing. So we're going to use one of those here, okay, to ensure that this table does not go beyond the range that we have initially selected, okay? So there are 2 ways that we can do that. The first way is, now, okay, something we also need to understand, which I believe most of us are familiar with, is that we have A2. A2 are 2 different things. This is combining the column A and the row 2. Okay, so we can not only fix for relative referencing, you fix one of them to achieve your aim. In our case, we don't want this table to go beyond what it already is, meaning we're going to use an absolute referencing here. So for this one, I am going to use the $sign. That's what you use in fixing your cells in Excel. I'm going to use the $sign here, but I will also have to use it in front of the 2. Now, I'm saying that I have fixed this. The A will always start from here, and I also would want it not to go beyond C9. So I'm going to fix this as well. And what that means is that the search will not go beyond this. Now, the easy way of doing this is just to use the function key, right? Right now, what I did is to manually impute this, and which, if you are working and you want to be more efficient, you probably would want the fastest way. So you can just click in between and then press the function key on your keyboard and then press F4, right? F4 at the top of your keyboard. And that is automatically supposed to go. Okay, so for whatever reason, my keyboard is... Okay, so press the F4, because depending on, so press the F4 on your keyboard. That's the function key, right? Press the F4, it has already come up. Press the F4 on your keyboard, right? And make sure you're clicking in between, and you will have that locked straight away instead of manually inputting 4 of those. Now, once I've done this, let's see what happens. I will enter it again, and voila, a lot of them have been filled up. However, why are we still having errors? Now, there are a lot of possible reasons why we're still having errors here, right? And what could be the possible reason? Remember, we are looking up these values. Now, it is very important that this value must be exactly what this value is, the spelling, regardless of where it appears. If you look at this, it does not have any trailing space between in front of it. Neither does it have, okay, well, we might not know if it has a hidden character or not. However, it does not have trailing spaces, because if it does, if I add a trailing space and I come here and I double click, you will notice that it leaves a space here. So for it to be exactly directly in front of the S, it means we don't have any trailing space. So the first thing we're going to check is to check if this column that we're using for our lookup has trailing spaces. And how do we do that? Or rather, we just trim it so that if it does have, that will automatically fix it. And if you do that and our problem is solved, then we're good to go. And if it's not solved, then we probably will want to use like maybe the clean function, which removes hidden characters, things that the human eye cannot see. But let's start with the trim. Now, we already have the proper here, so I would want us to just go in front of the equal sign and then wrap what we already have in the trim function. All right? Just
and it was further there. Now it's too close to the camera.
Trim. Okay. All right. So trim, and it's asking you for what? The text we want to trim, which is already here. So we don't need to.
Okay, sorry, Edmond. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, so I got a feedback that the camera, the formula tab was not really so clear. So I think when you move to the other tab, which is the price tab, you can help us to expand it a bit so that people will be able to see it very well. But this first tab is very visible, but the second one is not.
Okay.
So please help us expand it. And then there are some questions in the comments that I think you need to help us answer. So should I just allow you to be done with what you were saying before we move to those questions?
Yes, what I'll probably even want to do now, I'm going to repeat this VLOOKUP process again. Then if those questions still exist, then you can probably just let me know. So I'm going to remove all of what we have done before, okay? And redo it, even though we're still going to do it the third time. But yeah, the whole idea is that we are able to. So I'm going to clear everything that we have done here, okay? So, and I'm going to take it again. I said we're going to do a VLOOKUP, right? And the first argument is the lookup value. So we moved to the cleaned product, right? Because we're trying to look up the prices of each product, right? So I'm going to pick the first 1, which is C2. And once I do that, and I put a comma, you will notice that the, what's it called now? And you'll notice that it has moved away from the lookup value to the table array. Now it's asking us, okay, you want to look up monstrap in which table, right? And we said we want to look up the price table to ensure that we're able to pull in the selling price from the price table into our shoe sales table. So I'm going to go to that table, and just so we are good to go, I am going to try, all right. What I wanted to use a function, so please, that is not working. So let me just zoom that out very well before we get here. All right, I think this might be good. All right, so quickly we look up, and then we said we're looking at the clean price, comma. Now it's asking us for the table array, and then I move to this table, okay, which is our table, the table where we want to look up the various prices. And I said the first, there are ways that we can do this. I can decide that since I'm looking for the price and the price is in the second column, I can decide to just highlight this two. However, I would want to highlight every one of them because we're still coming back here for the same reason. And immediately I do that, okay, I don't know if you can see this clearly, but immediately I do that, you will notice that again, the table array, okay, well, it's still highlighted because I've not put my comma. It has moved away from the table array now to column index number. And we said the column index number is practically the number that your column is in your table. And we said A is our column 1, B is our column 2, C is column 3, and so on and so forth. Our table is just 3 columns, so it's easy. But there are times that you might have more than even 100 columns that you need to look up something from, okay? So quickly, column 1 is A, column B is 2, which is what we are interested in. So I am going to put the number 2 here, okay? And immediately I do that and I press the comma, what happens? It moves away from the column index number to what? Range lookup. Okay? It moves to the range lookup. And I explained earlier that for the range lookup, there are 2 things that you can do. Either you get an exact match or an approximate match of whatever value you're looking up to. But I said in our case, we want monk straps exactly as it is spelled in our main table. We don't want any form of discrepancy. We don't want any form of variation. Okay? But if you're not concerned about, because there are cases where you are actually looking for an approximate match rather than an exact match. And I said there are 2 ways that we can pick this value. You can just double click on this and it picks the false. Or, as we know already in machine language, for the Boolean value, we usually have a true or false or 1 and 0. 1 for true, 0 for false. And because we're interested in exact match, we're going to put 0 here. And once that is achieved, you close your bracket and then you enter. Once you do that, that is supposed to populate. But in our case, unfortunately, we had some tables some of the values giving us NA value. And we asked ourselves the question of why is it giving us this NA value? And we were meant to understand that as we go further, the range of our table kept expanding. Remember, here you will notice that this is starting from A2 to C9, and that is the only range that we're interested in. But if I come down to this, you will also notice that instead of it to start from A2 is starting from A3, and it's not ending in C9. It's ending in what? C10, meaning the range has changed from A2 to C9 to A3 to C10. Likewise this, and this. And this has now gone outside our range. So because of that, we're having NA values. So how do we arrest this? We said we're going to use one type of referencing that fits our use case. And I explained earlier that we have two types of referencing, right? And we have the absolute referencing and we have the relative. However, in our case, we want to use the absolute referencing. And for absolute referencing, there are two ways. You could either just introduce your $sign directly in front of the column and the row, or you just press the F4. So I just introduce this manually here. I'm going to go in between and just press the F4, and voila, we have that. Okay, then let's enter it and see what happens. Oops, I think we are on the wrong place, right? Because if I do this now, if I enter this, you notice what happens. Because whatever you do, you have to start from the first, or else you're going to be making having a lot of errors. Okay, and remember here, which is what I use, started from A6 and not A2. So we will just quickly adjust that. We come here and put A2, right? And then we said we're going to stop at C9 and not C13. So see that, and then we have our values corrected. Now, but we still have an issue. We still have an issue here with some of them giving us NA. And the possible reasons we say could be from the column that we're looking at, which is this column. It could be that there are probably trailing spaces or maybe some hidden characters and all of that. That might be the cause of the problem that we have in the NA value, because basically what it's saying is that we did not find a match for something here. In fact, it's saying we did not find a match for this. And if I click on this, oops, this is the one that, oh, good. So you're already seeing that there's already a trailing space, just like I was explaining to you earlier. However, we cannot follow them one after the other and be removing trailing spaces. So the easiest way for us to do is to clean the whole column. Okay, so we're going to come back here, click in the first column, which is C2 in our case, and then go back to the formula, or just double click in it, all right, so that it's bold. I'm double clicking so that it's bold, so that all of us can see. And if I come here, I can now use the trim function. Now, what trim does is it removes trailing spaces either before or after a text. It does not matter where it appears. Okay, so I'm going to start with the trim function. And it's asking me to impute the arguments, just the text that I want to trim. But we already have that here, so I'll just go ahead and close this bracket. All right, and then I enter it. Now, let's go back to our selling price and see if anything good has happened. Oh, thank God, right? It all look good now. And if you look at this, now we have all of our values here. But you might also just want to verify, what if maybe there was some kind of error and it did not put in the right values? So let's look at this. This is 989 for what? Product, monk straps. Okay, so we come here and look at monk strap. Is it 89? Yes, it is. That means we're good to go. So we can also randomly pick another thing. Okay, this is Oxford. So let's look at the selling price for Oxford in our table here is $105, right? Let's go and look at Oxford here, $105. So it looks like what we have pulled in is totally correct. Now you might want to do more validation than I have just done with just two cells. Okay, you might want to do more. Now I'm still going to repeat the same process. However, this time I want it for I want to bring in the cost price. I want to bring in the cost price. Now, again, I said there are two ways that we can do this. Okay? If I go here and click on this function, see what happens. This insert function appears. Now, what function are we interested in? You can either search here, right, for say V lookup, and then we have it here. So just double click on it and this opens for you. Now, why is this one better, or why should we know how to use this? You'll see all of those arguments we had earlier. We had lookup value, we had table array, we have call index this and that. Now, my cursor is in the lookup value, okay? And if you look down here, it's explaining what is required of you. It says, is the value to be found in the first column of the table and can be a value, a reference, or a text string, right? If I click here, it's explained what is required of me here is a table of text numbers or logical values in which data is retrieved. Remember, we are trying to retrieve the price from the price table. So table array can be a reference to a range or a range name. So that is why this is for a beginner. This will help you to know exactly what you are supposed to do. See this one, say call index number is the column number in the table array from which the matching value should be returned. The first column of value is in the table, blah, blah, blah. So again, the same thing for all of them. Now, this is for lookup value, but even if you do it for other kind of functions, it's the same options that it will be giving you. So how do we go about this? I click on this, and of course, I will have to go and look for what I want to pick first, okay? So I want to look up Moonstrap from somewhere. So I'm clicking this, coming back here to click the arrow, the down arrow, and you can see that it has picked that already. And it's giving me here, you can already see that what I picked is what? Moonstraps. Now, if I go to the table array, and I click on this, again, it's requesting me to go and look for whatever table that I want to use as an argument. In our case, we're using this table. And once I do this, what happens, right? Again, it has picked that. Now you can see it's giving Moonstrap is equal to this, It's explaining everything in the table. Again, if I come here, it's telling us the number, column number, right? So again, I'll pick the up arrow and still go back to this. We said A is column 1, B is column 2, C is column 3. Now remember, for selling price, we picked 2, but we are interested in the cost price here. So we are going to put 3, not 2 this time, okay? Then finally, it's asking us, for the price is giving us error, the value 3. And that's the beauty of this one, okay? It will always give you, what's the word? It will always tell you if you're going right or not, okay? It's still giving us error, and I'm wondering why that error is actually coming in. Okay, so maybe because it picks the table name instead of what we just really wanted. So another thing is the lookup type, right? The logic. Again, I said we could either use the true or false, or 0 and 1. And in our case, we're just going to use the, what's it called? We're just going to use the 0. Now, if you look at here, this automatically gives you the response that you want, right? So, and if I go to this table and I say Moonstrap, it's giving me 47. So meaning by just looking at this, I can already see that what I had is correct. Because I went to that table, it actually added it. So I can just OK it, and it's automatically here. But remember the error we had earlier? Again, this has to do with the range. So quickly, for a fix, we might just want to do what we did earlier. Lock this, right? And also lock this. Enter, and we are good to go. Okay, so I'm going to do this one more time. Okay, I'm going to do this one more time so that if anybody missed anything, you can just follow with this one. Now, I'm still going to do the same selling price again, or rather the cost price, but this time I'm not going to use that option of the insert function. Rather, I'm going to go with, what's it called? With the formula, VLOOKUP. Okay, VLOOKUP is asking for the lookup value. The next thing is looking for is the table array. You go to your table, you pick it, okay? Then put a comma. We are interested in the third column. Then put your 3, comma. We're interested in exact match, which is this, or rather, let's just use this one here this time. Instead of typing 0, double click, and then close the bracket, and then we have this. Again, this is something that we've been doing. So all you just need to do is lock this and lock this, and you're good to go. Okay, so that is about this, and I'm going to delete this because we actually don't need this. I just wanted to repeat that process so that we all can follow. All right, so if we're good to go, I would want us to start calculating our revenues and all of the other things that we ought to calculate. Okay, so quickly, I would want to calculate the total revenue generated and, of course, the cost revenue, right? And to calculate revenue, we will just look at the the quantity sold times what? How much per unit price? Okay, the unit price of each of those products, which was this. Now we're just going to multiply this column, and we're good to go. So let's quickly do that. I'll say this, right? Multiply by, which is the star key on your keyboard, by this, and then close your bracket, enter, oops, and we have an error. The question is, why do we have an error? Okay, because I introduced a bracket here, why I did not introduce it at the beginning. If I'd opened the brackets before that, that would have been fine. So we can still go product for product. You don't need to worry because the bracket, it works with the bracket, but it's not necessary. So even if I put the 2 bracket back, we're still going to have the same thing, but it's not necessary for a product. However, in situations why it's always better to move with the bracket, sometimes you might be doing more than one, using more than one expression. So the brackets help you to separate them and also follows the BODMAS process. Okay, so that's for our revenue. So we are able to generate, we're able to calculate the revenue. However, we also need to still calculate the cost price. The cost, right? The total cost. Again, we're going to follow the same process. We're going to multiply the quantity multiplied by the cost price. In this case, I'll just quickly go with equal to this, right? Multiplied the star key on your keyboard by what? The cost price. And you enter, and we have our cost price. However, this is not all that we're interested in. Now we know the revenue, we know the cost price, but you don't run a business without you wanting to know your profit as well, right? So we're interested in knowing the profit generated in the business as well. So for us to be able to do that, we will quickly calculate the profit. Okay? Now, how do we calculate the profit? Of course, our profit is usually what you generated minus what it cost you to actually produce your goods, or all of the processes involved in making your goods to go to the market. So before we calculate this quickly, please, I would want to know, let me know if you are actually following. And also, I don't know if there was a question I missed out earlier. I would want, Esther, please, was there a question I missed out while I was doing the other things, something I need to show before we deal with the profit and move on?
Okay. Thank you so much, Edmond. Well done. So I've answered most of the questions. but I'm not sure if I missed anyone out. Please, if I did not answer your questions, kindly ask them again so that we can answer them. And if you are lost, please let us know in the comments so that we can go back to it. Let us know in the comments. Have you been able to get your VLOOKUP? Have you been able to clean your data? Is it okay now? Is there anything that it needs to repeat for you to also do so that you can follow along? Because we still have some time, right? So we need to ensure that we are all on the same page, right? So we want to know if you are currently following. And again, you may not necessarily, okay, it was fast in repeat. So, okay, they are giving a comment now that you are a bit fast. So just slow down a bit because some of them are still beginners. So I understand
problem.
that. So like what I always say, so you're not going to be in this class and learn everything or know everything immediately. You still need to go back to it, redo them, practice them, make mistakes, and resolve the mistakes that you see. So I think I would encourage you to just listen in, see the approach that it takes. If you have any questions, ask them in the comments, and then we take those questions. So like I said, yes, it's a practical session. You're supposed to also be following along. We also encourage you that if you are lost, just let us know in the comments. So many of them are saying that they are following, but the function box is not visible. Yeah, so they are saying that the function box is not so visible, which means they can't even see what is currently there. For example, they said the VLOOKUP was not so visible for them. So they didn't see the argument there, they didn't see so they would need to also check to see it so that they will know what they are supposed to type, or the columns they are supposed to also select. So like I said, I think we should just wait a bit to get their feedback, to get their responses before we continue.
Okay, but while we are waiting for that feedback, I'm seeing some comments in the session that I think I would also just be addressing while others drop their.
Okay, yes, please. So I think we should just address all their questions now.
Yeah.
Before we just
So somebody is asking if she will have to, if like she has 1,000 columns, for instance, does she need to count all of the columns to know exactly where, which number to use? So other options that you can use, right? So for most cases, you might not want to start your column headers in the first row, okay? You might just want to probably introduce leave one, what's it called? One row here, and then you can just number them like this, right? Right. So this way, if I'm interested in the revenue, I'll just look up here. Let's assume this is like 100 columns. I can just look up here and can already see that it's 5. Well, I didn't see that. Start that from the beginning. So let me start that from the beginning so that it looks proper. So this is something you can do to address that. So now, if I'm interested in bringing in the cost from this table to another table, all I just need to do is to come and look at cost. Where is it? It's column 15, okay? And then so on and so forth. I think that addresses that question. And somebody's also asking, or rather, which is a very good suggestion, but I actually did this on purpose. Earlier, I talked to us about this, but for VLOOKUP, there are times that you are working and you probably forget, and you're having this kind of errors that we had, and you'll be wondering, so why am I having this error? So it's why I did not convert this to a table. Because like I said earlier, once you convert it to a table, it helps you what? Gives you that automatic absolute referencing. Okay, so and it also helps you automate your process basically, so that you don't have to be doing the drag and drop and all of that. There are also another way. There are other ways you can also use named ranges to also achieve that. However, I left this on purpose so that we can be having those errors and learn even more in case we encounter those such errors while doing things on our own. Okay. And somebody is still asking for the data set though. I didn't get the VLOOKUP function clearly. Okay. And why did we introduce stream? Again, I don't know if you saw the point where when we first brought in the price, selling price, and I'm going to just do something now so that you see why we introduced the trim. I'm going to remove the trim and look at what happens to the cost price and the selling price column. I'm going to move back there, and you will notice that we're having errors. So we didn't just decide to introduce trim. We're just looking for solution to this problem, because this is most likely coming, it's telling us that they could not find whatever that is here. They could not find this. So why couldn't they find this, right? Because it's looking like this and this are the same from the human perspective. But this came out right, but this did not come out. So why is the question, right? And I'm just going to highlight that just so for ease of referencing, please. So you notice that those two are exactly the same. So why are we having value here and not having value here? So it just means that they are either trailing spaces, like I said, or there are most likely some hidden values that are there that we're not seeing with our human eye. So I said we'll start with trim, and if it does not work, we'll go with clean. So there's not like one solution that fits all, right? So you have to, it's a cleaning process. So you have to eliminate every possible things. But for this one, we just know that the possible reasons could be that there are trailing spaces or there are probably some hidden characters. So that was why we introduced trim. I hope that answers your question. So I'm going to go back and introduce the trim again so that those can actually be restored to the correct values. Okay, now if I go back, you will notice that we're having the same value, which is what is expected, of course, right? So if yours has a dollar sign, that's perfectly okay. In fact, eventually I'm going to introduce a dollar sign anyway, right? So that's perfectly okay, please. And then another way, another question that I'm actually seeing here. Okay, I saw a question earlier. And I think I've mixed that. Somebody is saying the column is not adding to the table. Well, click inside your main data and be sure that you're seeing this, okay? Table design. If you're not seeing this, it means you have to convert it to the table. And how do you convert it to a table? Again, I don't want to tamper with this, but I'll quickly just show you how you can convert your data to a table. There are various ways around it, but the easiest way is just press Ctrl+T, and then because our column has, our data has column headers, we're going to make sure that this place is checked. Okay, you make sure that this is checked, and you do OK, and this now is a table. And I'm going to show you the difference. If I type cost price here, nothing happens. But if I come here and type cost price, you see this has already automatically added it to the table. This is an array. I'm sorry, yeah, this is an not an array, as in this is a range, and then this is a table. And the difference is clear. If I click here, you don't see nothing here. If you don't see the table ribbon, then that is range. If I click in this one, you see the table design. It means that this is a table. Okay? I hope that fixes your problem. All right. So I think we will move on. My revenue column is giving me value error. How do I fix that? I want to believe that you brought in this correctly, right? You brought in this correctly. and this as well. Now, you might also want to check your data type. By any chance, I hope this for you is not a text, right? So you might want to put it on either number. General works to general as in automatic is more like an automatic way of detecting the data type. So you might want to change that, right? So you might want to put it on number or any of the, basically number would be a good one to work with here, okay? Make sure that this is numeric and this is numeric. And how would you usually know if it's numeric or not? If I add a here, see what happens. This automatically goes to the left. It's telling me that this is a text, regardless of the number that is here, right? But if I remove this and it's a number, it moves to the right. Okay, that's so. Is your quantity values to the right or left? That will give you an idea. Likewise, your selling price and your cost price. Okay. And for the function key, like I said earlier, okay, I'm going to go a little further. If you're writing a formula and say you want to multiply something and you want the function key to work, right? If I say equal sign, say this value. If you want this to work, I mean, automatically, I said just click in between the row and column, press the F4 on your keyboard. It's at the top of your keyboard. Okay? And you have that. And if that is actually supposed to work. And if it's not working for you, okay, I can't categorically say why now. But another option is just at the beginning of this column, just shift the $sign, make sure it appears there, come to the row and do the same thing, shift $sign, and you're good to go. That automatically locks that, okay? All right, so I want to believe that I have attended to questions. I don't know if there's anyone I'm missing out. Please call my attention to read so that we can move on. All right, so we have calculated our revenue. We have calculated our cost. Now we want to also know our profits, okay? And quickly, how do we know our profits? Our selling, total sales minus the cost gives us what? Our profit. Now, remember, total sales is the same thing as the revenue generated, okay? So I'm going to start again with my equal sign, okay? I'm going to start with my equal sign, and I'm going to come here, and I'm going to say, I want to minus, I want this minus the cost price, okay? Then I will enter it. So this gives me my profits. Okay, again, I don't need this, so I'm going to take this away. This was just for demonstration purpose. Thank you. So now I have this. Okay, so okay, somebody is saying that my screen is not showing. So please confirm if you can actually see my screen or it's just the person. If it's just the person, it means it's actually your network. So please let me know if other people are seeing my screen. Are you seeing my screen, please? Please confirm you're seeing my screen. I think Esther can help us confirm that. If she can see my screen, I want to believe that it's visible. Can you confirm in the chat?
Yes, I can see your screen. Yes, I
okay, so please, the person complaining that you cannot see my screen, kindly check your connection, please. Thank you. All right, I can see a few people saying they can see my screen. So now we have our profit, but remember, we also want to know the overall position of the business, right? And for us to be able to answer that question, we need to check something, and that is the profit margin. Okay, the profit, margin. Okay, so for the profit margin, Profit margin is usually calculated, and I think we'll work with the percentage, but first let's calculate the profit margin, then we can go ahead and calculate the percentage, okay? So for the profit margin, we're just going to get that by dividing our profit by our revenue, okay? So we want to know, okay, we sold this, total, I had this as total sale, but how much exactly is our margin? I mean, how much is going into the cost or cost of goods, and how much are we left with? Okay, so we're going to say equal to this divide by, where's the divide sign? Divide by the revenue. And voila, we have this. Now we can convert this to percentage. And how do we usually do that? You can just come up here. If you look at the ribbon, we have a way to convert that to a percentage. So if I click on this, it gives us this. So it's left for you. You might decide to do a 0 decimal place, or you might also decide to add it to 1 or 2 decimal place. But for this case, I think I would want to move it 1 decimal place. Okay, so now I think we have everything we need for our analysis. Okay, we have everything we need for our analysis. But remember, at the beginning, I said we're going to follow 2 different routes. 2 different routes is what we're going to follow. So this is the Excel route. Now, I would want to also follow the Power Query route to clean this data. We're going to repeat the same step, but in a different way in Power Query, right? I'm hoping that every single one of us have been able to reach here, because I'm going to move to, what's it called now? I'm going to move to Power Query now, okay? But the problem now is that if I use this same data and go to Power Query, we are probably going to have a little issue, not really issue, but this is already clean, so we're not going to have any form of problem. This is also already, this is not clean, this is already also clean. Naturally, I would want to just use another data set, the original data set. Okay, so quickly, please, could you just duplicate, we're going to come back to this. Can you duplicate the very original data you have and just have it as a copy of the original? Okay, then open that in Excel. I don't want to use that because I don't want us to have more than we have in the original data set. So I'm opening the copy. Unfortunately, I was actually saving it. Oops. I was actually saving mine as in the, this is, so all I'm going to do here is I will just take these guys away. I don't need it. Okay. I don't need this, and I don't need all the clean. So please use the original data set. I was saving mine and I don't want it saved. Okay, so this is original data set. Yes, this is the original data set. So now we're going to go the Power Query route. Okay, and it's quite easy to go that route. What do we need to do? You come to the data tab at the top, right? You have the file, home, insert, page layout, formula, then the data, right? Now under this, come to the left, you have the get data, and you can get data from different sources. In our case, we are getting data from, if you click, you can see as in various things here, but we are only interested in getting data from this Excel workbook, right? So we're going to go here. So we're getting data from table/range. It's saying whether it's a table or range, it's still going to pick it anyway. Now, before you go on get data, right, from table or range, ensure that you have clicked somewhere in your table or in your range. Okay, so quickly I'm going to click that, and Power Query Editor will open for us. Okay, Power Query Editor will open. Now, there was something that we forgot to do earlier and it's actually showing here. And I'm going to go back and rectify that problem. This card. What is that? If you click on this table design, which is a very wrong way of approaching your data anyway, you'll notice that it's showing table 1 here. Table 1 is not intuitive. It does not tell us anything, right? But this is supposed to be our shoe sales data, so we can decide to use this name, right? So I'm going to come up here and I'm going to put shoe underscore sales. Please, when you are naming your table, make sure that you don't leave space here and make sure you don't use Excel basically accepts either you join them in a camel form or you use an underscore. Another way is I could just take this out and do it like this, or I could just do a capital S and also capital S. So I think I'm going to move with this, okay? Just so we have something different, and then click anywhere, and now our table has a name. So if I take this back to Power Query, it's not going to be giving us that ambiguous name, okay? So let's go back to get data from table/range, wait for Power Query Editor to open, and then voila, here we are. Now, I don't know if you're seeing this properly. To be honest, I don't know how to expand this. I don't know how to expand this for you to see it more because I'm not always doing the expansion here. So somebody could, if you have a way of how to expand this so that people can see it better, please drop it in the chat session, and that would be very, very helpful. Thank you. All right, so we are here. However, looks like we only have the sales data here, but we are also interested in our, what's it called? We're interested in the price table, but the price table is not here. So meaning we have to also what? Get that in. Okay, we have to also get that in. So, and for us to get that in, first, remember we had to clean this earlier, and we're going to quickly just clean that. Or rather, let's just bring in the new one. Again, we're bringing that from our Excel book. I'm just going to go quickly and pick, where's my guy? Okay, learn to hired, copy. Okay, so I think I have that opened here. And because I had that open, that's going to be a problem. But quickly, let's clean this data, and then we go ahead and do that, okay? So we had issue with this. We had issue with this. And we had issues with this. So the question is, how do we quickly clean this here? And please, while we are on this, okay, somebody is asking that we repeat this process, so I'm going to quickly do that. Okay, I'm quickly going to do that. How we created the table using Power Query. I was here, which is our table, okay? I was here, which is our table, and we decided that we want to bring this into Power Query. So I said, first, we were on the home screen, we're on the home screen, and from the home screen, I said, move to your right to where the data tab is, okay? Then on the data tab, come back to the left and you see get data. Now, if you click on it, you see a lot of options. However, for our case, we don't need to even do that. You just need to click on, I'm going to go back. Sorry, that was too fast. On the from table/range, okay? Table/range. Table/range. And if you click on that, that brings us to the screen, which is the Power Query editor, okay? And if we're here, if you're all here, please, I want to see somebody react. If you're okay, please, let me just see you react in the chat session. Can somebody react, please? I want to see that we're good to go. Should I move forward from here? Do I need to do anything else? Quickly, please. Thank you. All right. Great. Thanks, Jeffrey. Okay, so here's all right. Remember when I said earlier, this was showing us table because we did not name our table, okay? But when, what's it called now? When we went back and changed our table name, what happened? We now have a table properly named. So the next thing is we're going to move to the columns that we actually had issues with, okay? We're going to use the columns that we actually had issues with. And one of the columns was this column. The other was this column, right? And this column, yes. So quickly, let's try to clean those. But there's also something that's looking a bit off here. So you look at this is supposed to be date, this is supposed to be text, and this is supposed to be what? This is actually supposed to be quantity, right? And quantity is actually supposed to be numbers. However, we're actually having a mixed here, okay? So quickly, let's sort this part out so that we can have everything to have the right data type. The first way rather, you can come here. You can come here and then decide, is this a text or is this a whole number or a decimal? This is a text, so I click on this and that automatically changes this. However, there's something with, what's it called now? With Power Query. For every step, right, it records it for you, right? It records that for you. And because I changed the data type, it's asking me, do I want to add that step? If you look at your right, under the query setting, you will be able to see that we have applied step here. Applied step here basically record all of your, all of the steps that you take. So if I click on insert, see what happens. It introduces this. We're going to take this out. We don't need it. That's automatic, but it did not do the job for us. So we're going to do it by ourselves manually. Okay. The next thing that we're supposed to do is to change these other ones. However, there is an easier way to change everything altogether. So click anywhere in your data, come up here. Okay. This is home, file, home, transform. Okay. Which is the third one to your left. All right. Now, after you click on transform, there are various options that show here. There is table, there is any column, and all of that. Now, under the transform, you will see what is called transpose. Then the next one says data type. Okay. Now, under the data type, you will see a place that says detect data type. So what this does for you is, it helps you to automatically detect the data type. So click on it. Okay, it's supposed to automatically help you detect that. Unfortunately, it didn't do that. So manually, that means there's something here that's probably doing that. So we have to just quickly do the text. Now, this can actually still work because it's saying it's automatically going to work. Why would you want to leave it on in a limbo, right? So this is number, and because these are quantity, we don't have halves, so we don't have decimals, so we just go with we go with the whole number, please. Replace, yes. Then for the data type, payment type, we also go with text. Now we have this all sorted out. Okay. Now the next thing is we need to clean this. We need to clean this and this and this. Remember in Excel, we had to write formula. Here, we don't really need to write a formula. There are already ways that we can easily do this, right? If I come here, if I come on the product, the column name, and right click, right? Right click. Yeah, I was asking, I don't know how to increase the screen size. Please, can somebody help me? I don't know how to increase the screen size from Power Query, to be honest. I've not really been doing that. So if you know how to do that, please drop it in the chat session. Thank you. I tried all the tricks I know, it's not working. So if you have other options that we can increase the screen, please kindly let me know, and I can quickly just do that. Okay. Thank you. All right. So I was saying that for us to change this, I will have to right click on the product column, please. Just go to the word product and right click on it. Then if you go down, you see transform, right? Transform. Then you see trim, you see uppercase, you see lowercase, you also see capitalize each word. So it's up to you to do whichever one that you want. So I go with capitalize each word. Basically what that says is it capitalizes the first letter of each word. I will also come to the format, repeat the same thing on the category, right click, then scroll down to the transform, right? And then capitalize each word again. Because if I do this, we're going to have all uppercase. If I do this, it's going to be all lowercase. So this is like the proper that we had in Excel. So if I click this, what happens? We also have that capitalize. Okay? The last one that we are supposed to work on is the brand. Showing an error. Okay, somebody is saying that brand table is showing an error. Is it in Power Query or in Excel? Because if you have it right in Excel, you shouldn't be having a problem in Power Query. Please check. Make sure that in Excel you have it right. Okay? All right. Thank you. So for this one, again, we're just going to right click again, go down to transform, capitalize H, and voila, we have all of this. Now, if I click on this, you will see that everything looks clean. If I click on this, it also looks clean. Is everybody here? The person complaining. Okay, okay, all right. I have somebody saying I should, okay, so thank you. That's too big, but thank you. That was quite useful. Okay. Is this better, guys? Plus, and I'm going to try to zoom that out a little. Okay, so this has zoomed it out. The only problem is that I think it just, maybe this is too much. Let me reduce this for us. Just minus, reduce it. Okay. Okay. All right. So let me keep the magnifying glass somewhere. And I think this works. All right. Thank you so much for that, Priscilla. Thank you. I think, yes. So is this good enough, please? Is this bold enough, or should I still make it bigger? I would need your, please, I need someone to let me know that. Okay, you want me to still make it bigger? All right. Hopefully, this is big enough. Okay, this is hard to control, not as easy to control. However, I want to believe that this is better for you guys. Okay. Uh, is this good enough? Is this okay? Okay. What do you mean by more bigger? I'm not sure I understand what that means. If this is okay or not, right? So, but I believe that you should be able to see my screen, even though it's hard for me to control, but I think you should be able to see my screen now. If it's okay, please let me just see you just say something. Magnification is not working. Control Shift Plus did not work earlier. Okay, this is actually taking our time. The responses are not helping. Okay, maybe this one works. Can we manage this, please? I think I can just reduce this. Okay, thank you so much for that. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to try to quickly bring in the price table. Since we've cleaned our stuffs neatly. Now, don't forget that we're not going to use this. We're just going to use what we already have in Excel. This is just to show you a few things that you can do here. Now, also, there are cases where you might, if this was, this had like a primary key and all of that, I don't think I need this, so please get out. All right. So if this was like, you know, you're dealing with primary key and all of that, again, this transform helps you do a lot of things, right? And then when you right click on Power Query any stuff, it gives you the options to, you know, do a lot of things, right? For instance, you can replace values, you can split your columns, you can also on pivot, you know, like when we go to the pivot table, we start pivoting, you can actually on pivot here and also pivot again. Then you can also remove duplicates, okay? You can also remove duplicates and many other things that you can do here. So all you just need to do is right click on that column and you're able to see some of those functions, or you come up here, now home, transform, and then you're able to see many more things that you can actually do. Okay. So I think for that part, we can say, we can leave it like that, okay? So, so next up, I would want to bring in my other table. Okay, I think I still have that table open. So I'm going to load this into Excel, and then we can actually just do that, okay? So that we can close out anyone that's still open. So first, I'm just going to load this into Excel, and then we can work. Oops. So it's going to load. So it has loaded that here, right? It has loaded that for us here. Now we have cleaned our table. However, we still do not have the other stuff. So we could either apply the method we used earlier to bring these tables here, or we go back to Power Query and bring in this price and also try to merge. Now we have we have pivot table, we have the dashboard development to do, and we have 1 hour to go. I'm thinking we should analyze what we have here in Excel and then move on. Okay, we have this guy already cleaned and analyzed. So I would say let's move with this, and if we finish this, answer our questions, then we can do more in Power Query. Let me know if that is okay. All right, great. Thank you. All right, somebody's already saying perfect in the chat session, so let's quickly move on. Now, for the analysis tab, it would be good for us to just have, let's just call this pivot table. Pivot table. Okay, let's just call this pivot table. And we go back to this. Remember, this is what we're dealing with. And I'm going to color code this so that we know that that's exactly what we're dealing with. All right, so here now, we have our data ready for analysis. However, how do we start analyzing data? We could use formula to analyze data, and we could as well just use our powerful pivot table option in Excel. So how do I employ pivot table to help us carry out our analysis? It's simple, right? Click anywhere in your data again, just like we did earlier when we wanted to import the data into Power Query. Then you come to insert. Okay, insert. I'm hoping that you can see that. Okay, for loading into Power Query, I'm just quickly going to take that again, right? Okay, we were here and we're like, okay, so we've cleaned this data and we want to load it back into Excel. Please, if you go to the top left, there's File, and below it, you have Close and Load. Click on the drop down. Now you can click on that Close and Load, and it loads directly. Now there are cases where you might want to load it to maybe to what's it called now? To a connection. Maybe you don't want to load it today, but in our case, we want to do that. So we'll just come here, just click on the Close and Load, and it takes you. It loads it into Excel. Mine is not loading because we've already loaded this earlier. Okay. Now we have pivot table, and we say we want to employ this. I said click anywhere in your data. Then go to Insert. Now there are 2 options that we have here: recommended pivot tables or from somewhere. Now, recommended pivot table will recommend some, stuffs for you. Like if I click on this, it recommends quite a few things. But what if it's not what you want, right? So in this case, we're not going to take the easy route. We're going to go with from our table/range. Now it's asking us a question: where do we want to put this? Do we want to put it in a new sheet or on an existing sheet? For our case, we're taking it to an existing sheet because we already created a sheet called pivot table. Okay, so I am taking it to that pivot table. Now, just like we did with the formula earlier, you click on the up arrow, and it gives you the option to select where you want this pivot table to live. So I'm going to go to the pivot table, and then I don't want to select the first column row. I want to select the second row. You can see that it has picked that location. Then I click on the down arrow, and it gives me the option to OK this if I'm OK with it. And if I'm not, I can cancel it. However, I think I am happy with this. So I'm going to OK it. Now we have our pivot table, right, for analysis to build our reports. If you look to the right, you see pivot table fields. Pivot table fields, right? We have all the fields that we had in our data. Okay? Now, but the amazing part is this is not looking complete. Now, question is, which of the table did we pick from, right? I think this, okay. So I picked from this table, which was not the complete option. So this is the wrong one to use, because earlier I wanted us to use the original data and I duplicated this. So I'm going to have to go back and use the one we started with earlier, please. I want to, if you also made that similar mistake, please go back to the one we started with earlier. I didn't want to put the two of them in the same place because I wanted us to have the data as raw as it was. My stuff saves automatically because this is on OneDrive. It was saving this earlier. So please, we're going to repeat that process. However, we're going to repeat that on the data we worked on earlier, okay? So that all of the tables can come in. So I'm quickly going to create, again, pivot table. And please, if you made a similar mistake like me, go back and use the right data, okay? The first one we used. Thank you. And I said I'm going to color this, but there's no point now because that discrepancy is no longer here. So I go back to the data, click anywhere in the data, then I go to insert. Again, I say let's not use recommended because we want to use the longer browse, which is the proper way for learning. And I click on this and I pick from table/range. Once I do that, okay, this happens. But remember the problem we had earlier, that we did not properly name our table. So why don't we just name our table, right? Just the way we did earlier. Excuse me, shoe sales. All right, thank you, shoe sales. So now we're not going to have the issue of table one and all of that, right? So again, we're putting it on an existing sheet, which is this one that we already created, pivot table. Click on the up arrow. Then go to the pivot table, pick the very position you want your pivot table to live, and I want that to live here. Click on it, click the down arrow, then it presents you with this option. If you're satisfied with it, go ahead and click OK. If you're not, click cancel. In my case, I am satisfied with this. I am going to say OK. And now we have all of the data enrichments and transformation that we did earlier. Now, let me just make this a little bigger so that we can all see. Okay. Okay, so we have a pivot table here, but most of the time I would advise when you're working with pivot tables, take out all this grid. It makes your work neater and all of that. So we're going to go to the view, right? We're going to go to the view, and then somewhere after navigation, you will see grid lines, right? Remove, uncheck it, and it automatically removes all the grid lines for you. Okay, now, but what are we even interested in looking at? You know, our business questions were asking us what is the business performing, how is the business performing, right? It was part of the things that we were looking at. And in that case, basically it's just looking at the profit margin. So, and because we're also interested in creating KPIs and all of that, profit margin is part of those things that we're going to be looking at. It's also looking at which products are driving the sales. So we're going to have to look at the various product sales by revenue. Okay, then which products are driving probability and all of that, which categories and brands perform better, meaning we're going to analyze our categories, we're going to analyze our brands in terms of the revenue generation and all of that. Then we're also going to look at which countries contribute the most to the business, meaning we're analyzing for country against revenue as well. So those are the things that we're going to look at. Now, but since we're going to be developing dashboard, I want us to look at 4 key KPIs, right? And I would want us to first look at the revenue, look at the total cost, look at the profits, and then the profit margin. I think those 4 will be fine for us for our dashboard. Okay, so first things first, let's go back to our pivot table, and then we try to create those 4 KPIs that will just answer straight question. How much have you been able to make for this period of time? Voila, it just gives that to you. How much have we been able to sold in terms of quantity? We're also able to see that. Okay, so quickly I'm going to go here. Okay, now when you're working with pivot table, once I click inside here, there's something up here that you will see. It has the pivot table analysis or analyze, and then it also has the design. Now, this you might not have use for it right now, but we'll have use for it later, and that's why I'm speaking about it. Then if you look to your right, we have the pivot table fields. Okay, now pivot table fields contain all of your fields. And the first thing we're going to do, like I said, we want to look at the total revenue generated. Where is the revenue? Revenue is somewhere here. So, and if you look down these fields, we have 4 boxes. Okay, we have filters, we have columns, we have rows, and we have values. Values are usually for aggregation purposes. Okay, while we have the columns, later I think you'll get to see that. For instance, you want to analyze something and you want to have the products at the top and then all the various values, categories under the products and all of that. So we're going to look at how each of these things play out in our analysis. But for the first part, we're going to look at 1, the revenue. We want to get the total revenue. And I didn't do anything. I just, and I don't know if you can see. Okay. Again, it's not, let me apply some of the tricks that you all spoke. Nah, that ain't working here. I hope you can actually see the right side of my, of the analysis canvas, right? All I just did was to drag this and put it here. That's one way. The other way is I could just check it here and you see it appears here, okay? Then remember we said we're also interested in the profit. We are also interested in the profit margin. Now, something is happening here. You see that this is actually giving us almost 23,000 plus, right? So the question is, should we be adding everything or we're going to use a different form of aggregation? Now we're looking at, what's it called? Sum of profit margin. You don't need the sum. It's average that we need here. Okay, so we're going to change this. Okay, so there's a small arrow in front of the profit margin. I'm going to click on that down arrow, and then a pop-up appears. Please, at the bottom of it, you see value field settings. Value field settings. Okay, click on that, and then you have options for the kind of aggregation you can do. Okay, I'm going to pick average, which is the 3rd one in the list. And because I'm okay with this, I'm going to just okay that. And voila, we have that showing here as the average. So this works better for us because you don't want to sum everything just like you do with with the currency, or rather with the dollar amount, but you want to have the average, right? Because you want to look at it across the business. Now, let's quickly just format this by renaming this properly. And you're going to see that this might actually throw an error for us. If I remove that and leave all the revenue, oh, Okay, and I'm surprised why that works, because normally it won't, because we already have something existing like that. And I'm going to remove the sum of, I think I can call this total cost. Okay, and I want this as profits. Again, we're just formatting this, please. And for this one, I think I want to just leave it as as profit margin. So we have this, but this does not look pretty. And this is where it comes handy. Somebody was asking earlier that DAS was having the dollar amount and all of that. Okay, so now we might want to format this. All these three require us to have a dollar sign in front of them. So we're going to go to the home tab, and then I want us to just come here. Okay, now there are ways I can come here and decide to pick the dollar sign. That works, but I would want to go this route. And there's a reason for that. And let me even just do it one after the other so that you see why I probably would prefer to go that route. So if I come here and I pick currency, and I can decide to look for the very currency that I am interested in. I want the American dollars. Okay, that's this one, and I will okay it. Now, look at how this appears. The dollar is exactly close to, what's it called? The dollar is close to the amount. However, if I still do this similar process, okay? If I do this similar process using the first method that I wanted to use, look at what happens. And it's not like it's bad, but it doesn't make your work look as neat as it ought to. Okay, so if this increases, you see it creates this space between the two. Okay, and we don't want to achieve, we don't want that space to exist. So better still, let's always go with going to the what's it called? Going to the drop down, and then we can choose properly from there. Okay, so that is for this part. I will now take this out and just copy this formatting, please. I'll just copy this formatting and apply that here, copy this formatting and apply that here, because we already have one thing that works right for us. Now, I believe you will see why I decided to use that option, right? Okay, now let's move on. So we have our KPI, but shouldn't we also look at how the quantity that we sold, right? I think we should introduce that as well. So quickly, I'm going to go down here. I'm going to introduce this, and I think I want that to come after. Okay, let it come after the profit margin. All right. So, but remember, this one is not in dollar amount, so we cannot. I'm going to call this quantity sold. Oops. We're going to call this quantity sold. So we're going to have to format this, okay? So this one is simple. Click on it, come up here, okay? And this comma here, just click on it, and it automatically helps you format. Now, again, we are seeing 2 decimal places here, but do we really need 2 decimal places? I don't think so. I think we can make do without a decimal place here. So for us to remove that, again, that's where these guys come handy, okay? This will help you to decrease decimal. This will help you to increase decimal. In our case, we want to decrease decimal, so we work with this guy. So we do the same thing with this guy, reduce. Again, instead of repeating one thing, you can just copy the formatting and apply to all. And now we have our total revenue, we have our total cost, we have our profit margin, and the quantity sold. Okay? Now, up next, we're going to move to the other analysis proper. Okay, and most of the time, I just want to just put a little separation so that we just know that, okay, this guy stopped here. So I'm just going to introduce this, but not like it matters. It's just for clarity, okay? Then how do we get the, what's it called, the pivot table here again? There are 2 ways. Is either you go back to your data and bring it back here, or you can copy the previous one, okay? You can just copy the previous one, and paste it here. And when I do, it automatically gives me this. However, all these guys here are not really what I want to see, right? So what do we want to do next? Let's just look at business questions so that it gives us an idea, right? So this is looking at trend over time. So we might want to look at, this is just a 1 year data. So we might want to look at the trend over time. I mean, using the dates that we already have. Remember I said when we come here, we're going to use that. So I'm going to remove all of these guys and I can just come here and uncheck them, okay? And leave only revenue. And I want to look at revenue by the date. So I bring it here, okay? Now, remember I was telling you about rows and columns. Now, because I dropped it in the rows, it gives me this, which is actually what I want to see, but not exactly. But what if I had dropped this somewhere here? And I'm going to uncheck this. I think I might want to even uncheck this. I want to drop that here. Let's see what happens. It gives us across, but I think this will not make sense for us. Okay, so I'm going to take this guy out of this place and bring it to the row where we started because we want to look at the revenue over time. Now, if you look at this, the date split into 3 things: the month, the days, and then, of course, the dates proper. But we are interested in just the month, since this is just 1 month data. Okay, since this is just 1 month data, we're interested in just the month. So I'm going to remove the dates. I'm going to remove the days. And now we are left with just the month. However, because it's month, we might want to rename this and put this as month. Okay, so now we have our data analyzed to give us the trends for this period of time. Okay, but are we going to present this data this way? Or should we use a graphical representation of, this so that it's easy? Because they want to see the performance over time, and this does not exactly just quickly give me how this is done. Okay, so let's use a chart. But which chart is best preferred in this case, right? This is a trend. And whenever you're dealing with trends, the preferred chart to use is actually a line chart. Or maybe sometimes you might want to use an aerial chart. So in this case, we're going to use a line chart, okay? And if we use a line chart, we will be able to visualize this. Now, remember earlier I spoke to you about the pivot table analyze tab, right? This is where we're going to go to. This is where we're going to go to, and we're going to pick our chart. If you click on the pivot table analyze and move towards the right, you will see a pivot chart. Click on it, and you have varieties of charts showing here. Okay, so I am interested in the line chart, so I'm going to click the line chart, and I have something already here. So I think this is exactly what I want. So I just click this, and a line chart should appear for me. This is good, but I would want to resize that. Come to the edge, either to the left or right, and resize to your taste. Okay, I want each chart to be directly below its table. So I'm going to put this guy right here. But this is good, but this is looking a bit rough, right? So we might want to just quickly clean this guy so that it looks better. It has a better title. It also has a cleaner look. How do we go about that? First, I want us to quickly remove these grid lines. Click on the grid lines, just any of the grid lines, and click the delete, and that automatically takes it out for you. These guys are not necessary here. This helps you to filter really, but we don't need to filter this from here. We want to probably use a slicer later, okay? So I'm quickly going to remove this guy. And how do I do that? Again, you go back to your pivot chart analyze. Okay, go to your pivot chart analyze, and then you will be able to remove all of these guys. Now, for this field, I can come here and I said the pivot field, if you see all of them are checked. But do I want to see any of them? I don't think I want to see any of them, so I'll just remove all. Okay, now you might be okay with this, or you might want to have that to appear at different nodes. But another thing that I want us to do, we don't need this here. This is a legend. You usually would need a legend when you are looking at two things on the same chart. So you want to be able to differentiate them by color and proper labeling. In our case, we're just looking at the trend of revenue over time. So we do not need a legend. So I'm going to click on that and also take that away. And you can see that our chart is beginning to look better. So the next thing is total does not really capture what this chart is doing. So what exactly is this chart, right? This is showing us the trend of revenue over time, right? By month. So we can say maybe revenue by month, or we could even say the revenue generated over the months of 2026, or maybe we just say revenue over month, or rather revenue by month. So let's say revenue generated by month. I think this will work. Feel free to name it as make it as intuitive as possible for yourself. Okay, so let's take that guy up there, and I think this guy looks a bit okay, but we might also want to do some things. This color is the natural color, so how do we change this? Again, when you click on anything, you see if I click on this guy, you see some options appear here, some options appear all over. If I click on this one, the same thing. Okay, so I want us to click on the line chart, then go to the format, and I want us to just change the color to, for a line chart, I would want us to use this very dark red. Okay, unfortunately, that is not working. Why? Because this is like an outline rather than a shape. So we go to the outline and do that, and voila, we have that looking all right. But this is also too thick, right? So we might want to work on that. Now, I've been using this, but there is actually a way that you can actually have better options. Go on this and then see this plus sign here. Click on it. This is your chart title is already there. So just click on it and it gives you more options. Now, the more options helps you to quickly format your chart. So if I come here, I see more options now. I can see if I want to format my line, it's here. If I want to format the marker, it's here. So for the marker, I would want that to just be rounded. Okay, so I want a solid fill for the marker option. No, build in place. So I want something just round. And what I'm trying to do here is basically, I want every node to come out so that if I'm looking at April, I know this is where it is, like that, like that. Okay, now this is good, but is it good enough? Well, you can decide to leave it like this, and you can also decide to still tweak it a little bit. Now, whatever we're doing here is what we're going to repeat for all. So we're not going to have a lot of issues with that part, okay? So quickly, I think another thing I want to do is probably just change I want this to look a bit smoother, right? For the fill, I think this is okay, right? I think I want that to remain like that. Then I would also want reduce this a little. So let's look at the width, okay? This part is okay. So for the line, I'm going to have to go back or pick the line, and then I want line width to reduce. Yeah, so that it's not too bold. Yes, great. I would also want to turn this to smoothen this out. Okay, so I think we have this guy, but I And I think it's okay here, but because these lines are not too much, we can also decide to remove this guy and just put a data label. Okay, if you right click again, the plus here, you have a data label and you have this. Whoa, this does not look too good. Now there are ways we can work on that, but we have 30 minutes, or rather 36 minutes to finish this up. So I'm probably just going to leave it the way it was. But usually you can format this to 2 decimal places and all of that, and you have it better. So I would just undo what I did, and I have my label back. Okay, so this is going to be the toughest because we had to take time to do this as in details and all of that. The next thing is, I'm going to go back to my questions. Okay, it's asking for the products that are deriving. So meaning we have to look at the product, the revenue by the various products that we have as well. Okay, we have to look at the product by the revenues, the various revenues that we have. So quickly, again, we're going to go back here. Remember what I said earlier? You can just copy this and paste it somewhere in the next, wherever you want it to be, paste it and it appears. Again, like I said, I usually would want to just put a little separator. I usually would like to put a little separator so that, okay. So now, this time we're not looking at the months. I think we said we're going to look at the products. But again, it's still revenue. So all we need to change is remove this guy here, or like I said, come here and we'll check it. And then where is the product? Now we have 2 different products, remember. We have the product that originally came with the data set, but this is a clean one. This is the guy we're going to use. And in case you're wondering why this is, I'm going to show you something quickly and why we had to clean that area. So I'm going to remove this product by just unchecking it here and use the first product, and you will see the difference. Can you see what is happening? Brooks is supposed to be 1, but we're having 2 here because they are either trailing spaces or spelled differently. Monkstrap, again, we're having 2 here. We're having canvas 2 here. So that's why we had to clean our data, or else we will not be able to get the total for a particular product. You can see that if I use this is confusing. Canvas, 2 different prices. What does that mean? It does not make sense. But you see, this is so clear. For each of the products, we're able to see how much revenue we generated per product. Okay, so I will take this guy out because we do not need it. Okay, if you are following, please, can I just see either a thumbs up or rather just drop, yeah, I'm following, or just put a yes, so that I know that I'm not moving just on my own. Please, can you just quickly drop something in the chat? Am I alone or okay? Somebody's saying cool. Who else is following? Am I the only one moving, or just myself and Pascal? Is anyone else with us here? Or do you have questions? Okay, great. We have other people that are also following us. Even though I think the response is a bit low. Okay. Yeah, the response is a bit low. So I'm hoping that you're going to do me a favor by confirming. Okay. Yes, I'm ahead of you. Where are you? Let's find you, please. If you are lost, please let us know. Let's find you. We don't want to go without you. We are here for you. Okay. All right, thank you. Israel, where are you? We want to find you. Please, you can actually just drop a question in the chat if you have maybe if you missed something, or if I moved too fast at a particular point and you want me to go back to it. Okay. I think we have 31 minutes to go, but I don't know if we'll be giving a little more time. The data cleaning part was the hardest part really. This is a bit easier. Somebody is asking for the business question, and I believe that it's been dropped in the chat. It was dropped in the chat earlier, except if you came in a bit late. Please, can you kindly drop the question again? Or rather, or better still, all right, I think looks like we're good, because I just wanted to see that quite a number of people are following. Okay. Another thing is, please kindly drop the chat again. What's it called? Kindly drop the business questions for them in the chat session, please. Okay, good. It's on the WhatsApp channel, so please just go to the WhatsApp channel and get it. Thank you. We are using the cleaned data, please. Like I said, I made a mistake earlier when I was bringing it into PivotTable, and instead of me to use the clean data, I was using the one we imported from Power Query. But of course, that was incomplete. Okay, so we're using the first one we cleaned, and that's why we have all these options. That's why we have these options. We added these by ourselves. That's why we have these guys here. So we are using the clean data. Okay, thank you. So I am going to continue. Looks like quite a number of people have said they are following. And for those who have not seen the question, I think the WhatsApp channel is already dropped there. Please kindly click on it and the questions will be there for you to see. Thank you. So we'll proceed. Now, we said we were going to look at this by the products, right? And we have to change this, please. This is product and not. This is product. Okay. Now that we have this, quickly, we're going to do a chart again. Like I said earlier, click anywhere in the chart and go to the design tab at the top below the search button and go to pivot charts. Okay. Go to pivot chart and pick the relevant chart. We can, in this case, we can use a bar chart or a column chart. Sorry, a column chart or a bar chart. So any of these will move just fine to give us a trend. But I think this gives us a better look. Okay, and I think it's easier for people to look at this and understand what's happening here. So quickly, I am going to OK this. And we have our chart again. Again, I'm going to resize this. And I would want to, I think putting it below is not working too well because it's making you not to be able to compare the two. So I'm just going to put it side by side, please. I think that way it's easier for us to look at. And like we did earlier, I say first, let's clean this up. Click on it. Click on the grid lines and just click the delete button. That automatically eliminates them. Click on the legend. We don't need this because we're dealing with just one category, and also delete that. What next? We're going to have to rename this. Okay, this is revenue generated by products. Revenue generated by product. I can resize this, and I can also just reduce this a little bit here. This is 14. I think 12 will do. So we have this, then we can just move it to properly position it. Okay, next is we don't need this guy. We don't need this guy, just like earlier. So I'm quickly going to go up, click on it. Click on the pivot chart, and then go up here and remove this. Now, earlier I came here and I said, I don't want to see all. I can also just click on it here and it automatically takes it out. So either way, you're good to go. And we have this. So now we can see that these guys seem to have generated much more. Looks like people are going more for Canvas, followed by, I think, Oxford, right? So it's easy for us to know which of these products are actually bringing in more revenue for our organization. Okay? Thank you. So again, we're going to change this quickly. This time I want to use a navy blue for the color. And I'm going to pick this guy or this guy. Yeah, I'll just pick this guy. So, and we're good. Now, this thing that we did here, remember, another option is to actually come up here to the plus sign, click on it, on the title or anything, just click more option, and it provides you with this. Here, I can do any kind of formatting that I want. If I click on this chart, you will see that the color we selected earlier is what is selected here. Okay, and also I can afford to play around with the bar size. If I'm not okay with the size of the bar, I can come here and say, okay, I want to make it to be wider. And if you're making it wider, you have to reduce this. So let's say we make it 100%. What happens? Yeah, it becomes more enlarged. And if I make it 200%, it becomes smaller. If I make it like 20, for instance, whoa, this is so big. Okay. So I think I'll work with 100. Your choice. Work with anything that you feel looks better for you. Okay. Here again, we can decide to leave this guy here or put them at the top. Let's see how it looks at the top, but we're not going to format it to 2 decimal places anyway. So if I say I want to add, what's it called? For each of these, I want to add label. How does it look? Not so bad. However, we can always work around that. Still looks a bit big. What if I use a 7? Not bad, but I can also use a 6. So should we leave it like this or should we work with the other one? Your choice. But if you're going to whichever one you choose, please ensure that you don't use the 2 because that will be passing one information 2 different ways. But I would prefer this one. Okay, so we're done with this guy. Please let me know if you have any question and I can always repeat. Okay, now up next, I'm going to go back to the question, please. We're saying which products are driving this. Okay, there's also, we have to do the same thing for brand and category because they want to see the best performing brand, the best performing category, also for country. So 3 things we're quickly going to do. Okay. So again, like I said earlier, I don't usually just go back and then bring back another pivot. We just copy one, okay, and paste it where you would want to see it. And I don't think that's where I want this guy to be. I want it to be in the second row, okay? Because the proper thing to do, each of these should be labeled. For instance, if I go to this guy, I'm supposed to have anybody come in here because sometimes you develop this and you hand it over completely to the client. So you want the client to be able to look at the title and quickly understand what is happening. So for this one, I can just put revenue generated by product. So anybody come in here can quickly see that, oh, this is what this guy is speaking about, okay? Now, I can also do the same thing with this guy. However, what was it that we wanted to do here? We wanted to look at the revenue again by the categories. Okay, so let's quickly do that. If you notice this, because of my option, this is gone. So I have to close this so that I can have my fields appearing. Now we have product here, but now we want to look at categories. So I'm going to take this guy out or just uncheck it here and then go to cleaned category, please. Okay, and we have this. Now, for aesthetics, and I think let's be as consistent as possible. Just want to add this one and just make this here, just as consistent as we can be. Okay. Now, this is not product, this is category. Okay, this is category. And again, like I said, the proper thing will be to put the, what's it called, by category. So that just in case you're handing this workbook to the client understands what's happening here. Now, don't mind me with some of the things I'm doing. It's just for aesthetics, nothing more. Okay? All right. Okay, so now we have this. Now these are just 4. Should we use a bar chart, a column chart, or can we use a pie or a donut chart in this case? Because since these are just 4, and we want to see, based on our business question, is saying which categories and brands perform best, right? I think we can afford to use a pie chart or a donut chart here that gives us the proportion of each of these categories, telling us which category does better. Even though by merely looking at this, I can already tell that this guy seems to be doing way better than the other guys, right? However, we want to represent it just the way we'll be representing the others, okay? All right, so before I do this chart, let me check the comment section to see what is going on. I was told there's a question. If the question in the chart is actually, would it work if you use the original data? The answer is no. The original data was not properly formatted. It was not cleaned. So we cannot use the original data except if you saved all of our transformations and all of our cleaning processes in the original data, just like my own. Okay, that is when you can use the original data. Else, it won't work. And this is why it will not work. You remember when I used this? If I come to pivot table, remember this is the original data. You will notice that the list of columns are limited to what originally came with the data. But what we want is to work with the transformed data. Okay? So that's why we need to use the transformed data. I hope that answers your question. I'm not sure I can see any other question that I need to attend to. Please call my attention if I have missed out on something. Thank you. All right, somebody is suggesting we use a pie chart or a donut chart here. I love donut chart. Maybe I love donuts. Okay, I love donuts, so I think I'm going to go with donuts than a pie. I don't think I'm a big fan of pie, so sorry, I'm going to use a donut. But they are both the same thing. So while I'm doing my donuts, please do your pie. I want to eat donuts, not pie. Thank you. All right, so let's do this. So again, like I said earlier, just click anywhere in your pivot table. Go to the pivot table, analyze. To your right, you will see the pivot chart. Click on it, and then you have the chart options, okay? You have the chart options. For our case, we say we want to use a pie. This is the pie, but pie gives us 2 different options. If you want a pie, pick the first one. And if you want a donut like me, please pick the second one. I want a donut, please. So I am going with the donuts. And somebody is asking me if I wanted to do profit by product. No, I don't want to do profit by product. I want to do category by, revenue by category. That's what I want to do here now. Okay, much later we probably will get to that, but based on our question, we're following that. The next is actually to deal with categories and brands. Okay, so I'll deal with the category and I'll deal with the brand. Thank you. All right, again, pivot table analyze, pivot table chart, and then we pick pie charts. If you want a pie chart, pick the first one. If you want a donuts like me, pick the second one. I'm picking this. So let's okay that. And voila, I have a beautiful donut, well colored. I hope you have something similar as well. If it's a pie, you should have a lot of slices that will take you for the night, I guess. Okay, so this is what we have. Okay, this is what we have. And if you're using a pie, please, I wouldn't mind seeing the picture of your pie. Maybe it might attract me too. Please drop your pie in the chat. Let's see how your pie looks. Thank you. All right, so quickly, we're going to clean this up. Again, this is distribution of maybe we can call this proportion of revenue by category. I don't know if that makes sense, or yeah, I think we can just use that proportion for now. Please feel free to use anything that works better for you, a better caption. But I'm going to use proportion for now. Nothing is coming to mind. Proportion of revenue by category. Guys, I'm still waiting for a pie in the chat. Yours might look very appetizing. Drop me a pie, please. Okay, now I have this. I'm going to also reduce the size, please. I'm going to use 12 just like we did earlier. Okay, and I'm going to reposition this by just dragging it up a little bit. And this guy is causing trouble here, so I'm quickly going to remove this guy by just coming up here. So again, so the analyze and then remove it. Now, we have this, but this is supposed to come with some kind of percentage to tell us, yes, I can see that this is the bigger one, but by what percent, right? So there are ways that we can quickly run this. And earlier, I told you that we didn't need a legend, but right now, we need a legend because we have 4 different categories that display 4 different colors. So I want to be able to look at purple and know exactly what it stands for. That tells me it's a utility shoes. And I look at the red, and that tells me it's a formal shoe. Okay, so now we need a legend. All right, so quickly, let's work on this guy. Again, come to the plus sign at the top right of your pivot chart, click on it, and let's enable the label. This guy, I don't like how they are all seated in here. It does not look good now. Plus, why do we even have it like this? So let's get more options, please. Okay, so when we click on the more option, we have the option to, maybe you want to display just the value, the percentage, or you want to display all with the category. Now it's left for you. If you don't want this guy, just the way I didn't want it earlier, you can decide to leave it like this. But I think for once, I want us to have the legend. So I'm going to take out the category. And I also want to reduce these guys. I think that's too large. Now we can walk this here, and I can also just go back here, just like we did earlier, and reduce this to maybe a 7. What happens? This is not bad, but where they are seated, is it even a proper place for them? I don't think so. Now you can either drag this guy out like this, okay? I can either drag this guy out like this individually, all right, and you have what you want, and you have them all pointing out better. Or do I even like the way this thing is formatted with all of this white? Again, if you come to this design, now that's where this guy comes a bit handy. You have different options that you can use to design your chart. Now, I would encourage, or rather I would advise, less is better when it comes to design, okay? So I'm going to go back to my original chart and just walk around the color instead, okay? And for this guy, I don't think I want it here. I would probably want this guy to appear at the bottom. I prefer it to be at the bottom than where it is right now. So I'm going to come here, right? And there's a place that says legend. Now go to the arrow in front of it, and you have the option to either drop it at the top, at the top, or at the bottom or to your left, but I think I prefer this one. Okay, now the option is yours, but I think it looks a little cleaner. Again, I would want to still reduce this a little bit. I think I prefer it this way. And this has also given this guy more space. Okay, so we can have it like this. Now, there are cases where you would want just the percentage and you might want to just have them in here. That's your option. Okay, remember, you can play around with these things. Here, I want just the percentage, I leave it like that. I want the, I also want the value, I leave it like this. So these are all yours to worry about, okay? I also want the line to show. You notice that you can also remove that if you don't want it. So I think we'll work with this. However, I would want to walk around the colors so that it looks a little better. So quickly, I'm not going to waste time with this because you already have an idea of how these things are actually done. So go to this. And okay, well, there are two options, please. You might want to use this or even use this. All is the same, okay? So if you want to use this, click on what you're interested in. Now, remember, as I click on this, everything here is highlighted. But do we want to change everything to the same color? And what do I mean? Let me click on something. That automatically changes everything. That's not what we want, okay? We want to change them portion by portion. So I want to start with the red. So for each of them, double click on it. And when you do, it highlights only that portion. So in this case, I can just quickly go and change that to, I think that's a red. So I'm going to use the same red I used earlier. This is a blue. I want to use the same blue I used earlier, which is this guy. I don't want this guy, but I'm going to use light blue here. Now, don't worry, I like a lot of blue, so that's why I'm doing this. If you don't like blue, please feel free to use a color of your choice, okay? Feel free to use a color of your choice. It's up to you, okay? All right, now for this one, I'm quickly also just gonna change that to gray. I think gray will just work perfectly well for me. So I'm gonna work with this, okay? So this guy will just work well for me. And I'm going to work with this. I think it's not looking so bad in my eye. Well, feel free to make yours look better. Okay? The whole idea is for you to know how to make these things, how to format properly. Okay? And I think we have achieved that with what we have done. Now we have the category. We also need to do something about the brand because there was a question on that. So quickly, I'm going to do the next pivot table. Okay. The next pivot table, I'm going to go back to the guide I've always worked with. I would want to copy everything here, take it to where I want to put it. That will be, I think I'll put it here. And this time I will start from first because I copied the header as well. Okay. Sorry, I had to do that fast because I want to believe that by now we are all familiar with how to copy and paste. May we need to convert into percentage? No, it's a pie chart, it's a donut chart, it automatically convert that for you. So you don't have to manually convert that to percentage. So it automatically calculates. Basically what this does is that it looks at, it looks at this, right? You want to look at the proportion of this over this. So basically what it does is it just say the casual revenue divide by, what's it that we're having, by this guy. And that is 23.3%. Now, if you are manually calculating, that's when you come and convert, okay? And which is this? Because we looked at, which one is blue again? Casual, which is what we looked at. You can see it's 23%, it's 23%. So that's exactly what it's doing. But the beauty with this, what's it called, pivot table is that it makes your life easier. It automatically just, format these things for you. All right, so quickly, I'm going to take that out and we move. Now we've done for category, so I'm going to turn this to brand. Again, still by revenue. Thank you. I might want to change this to brand. Okay, so quickly, we're going to look for brand. Where is brand? We're going to get rid of this. We're going to deal with the clean brand, please. And here we go. Now, this is 5. So for a pie or a donut chart, mostly the less the better. Pie donut chart can actually be a bit confusing when you have so many things that you are trying to look at the proportion. So mostly people will say 5, 6 categories is what you should have, right? But most of the time, I prefer to even have less than that, because having 3, 4 to just makes it a little better than when you have, because sometimes you might see that the categories might look almost exactly the same. So it's difficult for you to know which is which by just looking at the proportions. So for this one, I'm going to still use a pie chart, or maybe, so I say a pie chart, a column chart or a bar chart. But also, since we've already used a column chart there, why don't we use a bar chart? Let's see how it looks with a bar chart. Basically, we just want to have options, be able to touch different visuals. That's what I'm trying to do here. Okay, so quickly, I've clicked inside and I want to go to my pivot analyze, and I want to go to pivot chart, and I would want to work with a bar chart, even though eventually we'll change it because I think it will look better with a bar. But I want you to just see how it looks. And this one, quickly, I'm just going to do what we've been doing. Okay, I'm just going to do what we've been doing quickly, and this is how it's going to look if you use a bar chart. Bar chart. Now look at how this guy is here. So for bar charts, if this category, best will be for you to use the data label. Now it comes out perfectly well here. Okay. However, I want to change this chart to a pie chart. And how do I do that? I can just right click on this and go to change chart type. And I want to pick this guy. I prefer this guy here still. Okay, and that automatically gives us this. Now I would want to also reduce the size of this. We don't want to do partiality. We already reduced the other guy, so we're going to use the 7 we've been using. Then I'm going to expand this a little more, and I would want to change this to the same color that we used earlier, and that was this blue. Okay. Okay. So somebody is asking me to repeat how did I get my background to be plain? Easy peasy. I'm not going to use this because I don't want to undo what we've done here. But let's quickly format this and I'll show you on the other side, okay? So remember, this is revenue by brand. So we're going to name this as revenue generated by brand. Okay, oops. And I think I would want to still reduce that to 12, which is what we'll be using. And take this guy a little up. And for la, we have this. We might also want to reduce this to the 8. I think we've been using 8. And there we go. So this guy is good to go. Okay. Now, for the question in the chat, I'm quickly going to go back to the other one. So this was what I did to get the background cleaned up. Okay. I said mostly I like to work with a clean background. So I will come here. Okay. I'll come here, then go to view, the view tab. And under this place that says show, there's a grid line here and it's checked. Once I uncheck it, everything becomes white. And if I check it again, the grid lines return. So that was exactly what I did. Hope that helps. Okay, let's move on. So we've actually looked at the trends, I think based on our questions. Now we've answered this, but yeah, we have to still deal with this guy. Which countries contribute the most to the business? Okay. Which country contribute the most to the business? Okay. we will have to analyze by countries to be able to see which contributes most. Let's say in terms of revenue or in terms of profit. I think this time let's be partial and go in terms of profits instead of the revenue we've been dealing with. Okay? So we go back to our pivot table. Again, like I said earlier, copy. And for just cleanness sake, I'm going to introduce my regular line. Again, you want to ask, you want to tell the, make it easier for whoever that's going to look at this data to be able to look at this, and everything looks cleaned up and all. Not that this add, like in terms of the numbers, nothing changes, right? But it makes it neater, because if you're looking at this now, it looks a bit organized. I think I see somebody is already telling us that in the chat. Yes, it's just for organization's sake. That's why I'm doing this part, okay? Nothing more, nothing more. I just want to be organized. All right, so now we said we want to look at, this time, not revenue. We want to look at the contribution of which country generated the most profit. But we can also look at them together. But let's first just look at the profit. Okay, not revenue this time. We're going to say profit by, say, country. So remember, this is brand and this is revenue. So we're going to have to change both. So this is going to be country and this is going to be profit. Okay, now what next? Now that we have this guy, yes, we're doing profits of a country. Thank you. So profits of a country. Now, remember, this is brand. That's not what we want. We want the country. So remove that and check this one. And automatically it comes here. We have a lot of countries. Fantastic. We said we want to look at profits and not revenue. Oh, we already have that here. Is that? No, that's not true. It's actually revenue. So I'm going to change that to profit. Okay? And we can format this just like we did earlier. Okay, just like we did earlier, we have this. But this does not look well formatted. Why don't we try to format that? Okay, I'm going to follow the pattern we followed earlier and pick currency. I want the currency. I don't want decimals, please. I want the currency to be United States dollars. And I don't know why we're using United States. Maybe because I love money and I love dollars. Okay, so we have this. So we might want to visualize this in such a way that we can easily spot which country is contributing the highest by revenue. Okay, we might want to do that. Now, I said earlier we could do it side by side, but I'm thinking that it's going to be a huge difference between the revenue and this. So if we don't do a stack, we might not be able to do that. So naturally, I can also decide that I don't want to look at only profits. I might also want to look at profits alongside revenue. And I can put that here. So that automatically gives me this. So I can see the profits, I can see the revenue. Okay, and we can try it and see how it looks, right? Even though the business didn't specify, it just asks for, basically, if I remember the question properly, it just asks us which countries contribute the most to the business, right? Now, this could be in terms of profits, this could be in terms of the revenue generated. Don't forget that sometimes a particular country might actually generate a very high, revenue, depending on where the supply of your product is coming from, right? And the cost of production. If it's done in different countries, well, the cost of production might affect that eventually. So, but let's look at this in terms of profit, like I said, or we can look at it by profit and revenue just like this. Okay. All right. So if you're going to do this, we can still go ahead and go up here to our analyze table. We go to the pivot, and already this is giving us, this does not look bad. Now, this is one way to look at this, right, through the column side, or we could also do more like a stack or even a combo chart. But a combo chart doesn't seem to give us a good way to look at this. So I wouldn't want to say we go with a combo chart. To be honest, I love this. And this is one way, and that's this first option. If I go here and click Start Bar Chart, it also gives us this option. All right? It gives us this option. Now, depending on how you want to look at this, but the good thing is that I can already see here that this guy, USA, that generated the highest revenue, seems to have generated the highest profits as well. And unfortunately, then followed by, I think, Ghana, that also generated a good revenue, is also generating. So I would prefer that we go with a, somebody is actually suggesting that we could also use a combo chart. No, I don't want to use a combo chart. I would prefer that I would prefer to use this. It will do, right? And this is how it's going to come out. But I don't like how this looks, right? Although we can actually swap this and then it comes in, and what does that mean? I want us to use we can swap that, because what is actually showing right now is telling us that in the combo charts, you can see the revenue is the line and it's supposed to be the other way around. Why? Because revenue is actually higher. The value generated for revenue is more, right? So you might want to make this guy to be the column while this guy becomes the line, and it looks a little better. But still, I would rather have my column charts side by side or have my start bar chart. Now, the option is yours. You've seen all the various options that you can use. This is how it's going to look, okay? So it's up to you. If you want to use this, that's perfect. But I want to use the column chart. So these are the various options that you can visualize this. Thank you. So I want to change this, please. So again, I'm just going to right click and then change chart type. And I would rather go back to where I was. I love this guy. Yeah, I like how this one looks. Okay. So I'm going to have that. However, I would want the revenue to be blue. Why? Okay, I think this works. Yeah, I think it works. Revenue red. Why is it red? Because sometimes color coding could actually give some kind of misinterpretation. But this is for the what's it called, for aesthetics for us here. So I'm going to have blue to be the revenue, and we're going to have the other one to be this. So I'm going to change this bar, please. So quickly I go up here, and again I'll use the colors that we've been using. This also flies, but remember I've been using red and blue, so I would want to be as consistent as possible. So I prefer to leave it like this. I think for me, aesthetically, it looks better, which is also part of the things that you look at. But one key thing, your data must be correct. And that's why your data cleaning process must be good. What did I just do? I just clicked on the grid line and removed it. Another thing we're going to do is to remove all of these things that we don't need. Again, I'm quickly going to go up here and I'm going to go up here, remove that. I don't want this guy to be here. I think I would want it to be at the bottom, just like earlier. So I'm going to go to legend, and I'm going to put that at the bottom. Yeah, I would rather have it like this. I would probably want to reduce the sizes of these a little bit and have it like this. Now we can have these guys here, but I think it's okay for me like this. Let this guy be here. Let's have different look. Okay. However, we don't have a title, and we should have a title. So let's go here, plus sign, chart, title. Okay, so for the charts, I'm going to name these as we can look at revenue and profits generated, or countries revenue and profit generation. I think I'm just going to do revenue and profit generated by country. Oops. All right, I think I'll work with this. I'll work with this. Please feel free to put a more befitting one for yourself. But I think for me, I'm going to work with this. Okay. So we move, right? How many charts have we developed so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then our KPIs. I think this is going to be enough on our, since it's a one-page report that we're doing, I think we can make do with just 5. Okay. You can proceed, you can do more by adding more to this if you want, but I think for now, oh no, we must, please. Because there's a question that has something to do with the event method. Which purchasing pattern can we identify from this? So they want to know if there are particular payments method that the customers use more. I think that would be the final thing that we will do. Okay, so quickly I'm going to do that so that we can quickly move to. Our time is fast spent, so I'm going to move as fast. Please still ask questions if you have one. Okay, I'm not sure if that's a question at Vasco MGL Global. If that's a question, you can easily identify that from here. Okay, you can already see that this generated most. Now, there are ways that we could have done this. If you look at this individually, and I'm just going to put that here, not necessarily that we're going to have that on our chart, please. I'm going to do something here. I can as well, okay, have, let's say, top 5 countries, that generates the most profits or the most, what's it called? The most revenue. So let's quickly look at that to just help you around your questions right there. So I'm going to take out profit and leave revenue. Now we have revenue, but this is not properly formatted. So we're going to click anywhere here, right click, go to sort, okay? And I want to sort from the largest to the smallest, please. And that automatically gives us USA, which we had identified here as the highest generating revenue generating country, to be at the top. Then if you come here, right? If you come here, you will see that there's an option that says you can actually filter label filters, right? If you come here, there are options here, but that's not what we're interested in. If you come to this side, which is value filters, we go down to the bottom, you will see a top 10, okay? Now, I can decide to say that I want the top 10 of these. If I okay this, see what happens. It reduces it to just the top 10 countries with the highest revenue. However, let's say we're going to do a top 5. So if I go back here and change this to 5, see what happens. So this gives us just the top 5 countries by revenue generated. Okay, so in this case, I'm quickly going to just visualize this, but I'm not sure we're going to use this in our chart, please. I just did this just so, because I don't want our chart to be so chalked. Okay, and so I'm just going to visualize this bar chart again, and then you guys will be like, it's like this man would like too much bar chocolate. Yes, I used to like it so much, but well, I have people who like it but more than me now, so let's leave it on that. Okay, so quickly, so now we can now say this is top 5. We can call this top 5 countries countries, trees by revenue generated. So you see, this actually gives us just the top 5 countries. Again, you can just go ahead and do what we always do, and you can take this guy out and put this guy up there. Sorry, I'm moving fast because you already have done this like a billion times by now. So I can afford to move as fast as I can with the formatting. Okay, so that is that. So you could also have this here, okay? So, but remember, that was not what we wanted to do. What we wanted to do was to look at which of the payment method do clients or customers actually use most. The stakeholder is interested in knowing that, okay? So quickly, we're going to do that. And oops, because of my activity, that copy on the clipboard was dropped. Okay, so we have this. Sorry guys, I'm going to need a moment to plug the other device I'm using. Okay. So now we have this, but remember, we're looking at the payment method, not country. So we're removing that and bringing in the payment type. However, we're not looking at payment type by revenue. We're looking at, which of the payment method do people use more. So we're going to use a different count here. So we're going to use the same category in the value. Now, what this does is that it's like you can see that this is not a sum because it's a category. It's counting how many times did customer make a transfer, how many times did they use cash, how many times did they make purchases with cash and all of that. We can already see that what is giving us the highest is actually bank transfer. And to be honest, in the era that we live in, bank transfer is usually is mostly used in business transactions. Now, how do we visualize this? Again, somebody in the chat session, can you please just suggest? Now, the donut guys or the pie chart guys, the pie guys, suggest which one should we use, I think. Which one should we use? Tell me. Should we do a donut or a pie? Let me see which of them are plenty pass for here. I'm going to use pigeon this time. So which one should we use to visualize this? Or should we just use a regular bar chart or a column chart? Or should we even use a line chart? Make suggestions, please. I want to see it in the chart. Now, this is for me to also see that we are all together, we're following. No one has responded. Am I alone? Can anyone hear me? Oh dear. Looks like Edmond, you're all by yourself. Yay, I have a response. Okay, more, please. More, please. Please drop more. Okay, or more. We have a lot of people that love pie in this place. We have a lot of people that love pie. Ah? Really? Nobody is saying donut chat. Am I alone? Okay. Whoa. Somebody even said we should use a tree map. Okay. Let's see more, please. I think I would want to see at least 15. Pie, please. Okay. Pie. Oh my God. Guys, the pie guys are winning. Nobody for donuts. Come on. I need one person to say donuts at least. Okay. Pie. Okay. Maybe because maybe you need to see the donuts again. Donuts really looks good, guys. Now look at it. Look at pie. Look at donuts. All right. Okay, I think for now we'll have to settle for a pie. Thank you. Oh, yes. Thank you. Finally, I got somebody saying a donut. Okay. So I'm going to go for a pie, unfortunately, because everybody wants a pie. Maybe those guys that baked pie earlier enjoyed it. So let's go with a pie. Okay, I'm going to go with a pie, and there we go. We have a pie chart to visualize our payment method or payment type. Now I'm just resizing and placing it where it ought to be. And okay, oh, looks like the donuts are actually coming. Well, we'll do the pie and then I'll just change it to a donut because I love donuts. Okay, so let's format the pie. I'm going to take out all of these other things. For these guys, I usually would want them at the bottom. Please feel free to put them at the top and wherever you want them to be. And this is how you're going to do that. Okay, I'm just going to go here, right? And I want to put it at the bottom. And there we go. I'll reduce this size to probably a 7. And we have our pie. And I will go to more options. Remember what we did earlier. And I don't want just for this, I would also want to see, because right here we don't have any label. So let's put a label first. In fact, let's put a label. Okay, then go to the label. And I think I would want a percentage, just a percentage this time, nothing more, just a percentage. I'm going to uncheck this and I'm going to have the percentage showing. Then the show lines, yes, please. Or should we leave them all inside? No, I think let's take them out. It looks nicer like this way, I think. Yeah, I think it looks nicer. Now feel free and leave yours inside if you want to. Okay, feel free and leave those inside. And okay, so now we are going to, so what I just did was to remove those white lines inside there, separating them. And I just went to remove outline, please. No outline. I don't want that to appear there. Okay. So we can, now that we have these guys, we can also put our labels, and we can call this distribution of payment method. We can call this distribution of payment method or type. I think I would want to call it payment method, please. In our data set is actually type, so feel free to use any. And I'm going to do this, make this 12, just like we did earlier. And I'm going to drag this a little down. And this does not look nice. So for those guys that wanted pie, please, here is your pie. Now permit me to bake my donuts by just simply changing the chart type. Okay, you have your pie, I have my donuts. Okay, so you know how to go about your pie, and I know how to go about my donuts. Enjoy your evening. Okay, so quickly, so we have this, but again, like I said earlier, we probably would want the colors to be consistent. So first, I'm going to click on this and go here, go to the bar. The bar is basically talking about the chart, okay? Go to the bar, and you can see that our donut is 50%. Now see what happens if I reduce it. 20, and it becomes, the center becomes very small. So I'm going to take it as high as 70. And yeah, this is fine. Let's make it 75. Yes, I think this is perfect for me. Okay, feel free to use whatever that works best for you, please. Okay, so now up next, I am going to do the coloring. Okay, click on this, right? And then I go to this, and the first color is this. Oops, sorry, that was supposed to be red. Red, and this guy is navy blue. And this guy was ash, if I remember the last time we did this. And this guy, or rather gray, and this guy was one of those beautiful blues. Okay, so we have that here. I think that matches what we had earlier, right? Yeah, the only difference is that here we did not remove the outline. So if I do that, that gives us exactly the same thing. Oh, sorry, I'm supposed to click on the chart itself. Okay, so here we go. And I think we have everything we need for our dashboard, right? We have everything we need for our dashboard. So quickly, I know our time is fast spent and I have to run quick. Since this is recorded for the dashboard design, I'll move fast this, then you can rewatch that later and then we move. So I'm just going to introduce another sheet and call this dashboard. I'm calling this dashboard. Remember, to remove the grid lines, you're going to go up here and click on this, and that takes out the grid line. Now, the first thing I would want to do is to use a shape. And a shape is coming from the insert. I go to insert and I click on this, okay? And I want to pick a shape. Now, where are the shapes? Right here. I want to pick something that has a curve. Now, feel free to use the one that does not, but I want to use the one that has a curve, and I want to draw a shape. But this curve is too much, right? It's too much for me. So I am going to have it look like this. You see this yellow button? I'll just drag it a little out, and that reduces the shape for me. And voila, I have a shape, right? But before I start, something I wanted to do, I want this background to be gray, please. So click anywhere on the background, go back to your, what's it called now? To your home tab, then go to this format paint or fill color and pick whatever color that suits you. I want to work with this. Oops, I was supposed to click on this, please. I was supposed to highlight that. So I'm going to move with this. It's okay. Is it? No, I think I'm going to move with the other one. And earlier, I actually highlighted everything. But would I really want everything to be white, to be that color? No, I want only something around this. So I'm going to just highlight the portion I'm interested in, and I'm going to use this Fenta one. Yes, I'll use this. So this works fine for me, okay? And I'm going to drag this down a little bit, centralize it. Now I have this shape. It does not mean anything. It doesn't say anything. I'm going to take out this color. I want a white background, okay? Or rather, I want a white background. So I'm going to go to this shape fill, and I want to take a white background. Okay, now it gives me this. Do I really want this line? I can decide to leave it. I might decide not to leave it. You guys will decide for me. I would want to put a bit of effect on this, what's it called? A bit of effect here. I want to put a bit of effect here, and let's see what happens. So I'm going to go to the shape effect, shadow. I want to give it a little bit of shadow, if that is going to make it look better. But I think it's still too pronounced, so I would want to reduce this. I'm sorry, I'm moving fast. Like I said, this one is just the design part. You can always rewatch and make this as you would want it. So for the outline, I'm going to change the outline, please, so that it's not this bold. I don't want it to be this bold. Not so bad. I'm sorry, I didn't do this dashboard before. I want us to do this together, okay? That's why we are doing, I think I can make do with this for now. And eventually even take that out if you don't like it. So we have this. So the next thing is I would want to have another shape where we can place all the KPIs, okay? Now, these KPIs, so this shape could be a bar, or we could just, so I would want to have a bar up here. I would want to have a bar up here, okay? And this is where I would want to put my my KPIs, please. And what are the KPIs? I think we already calculated those earlier. Yes, look at them here. We have all the KPIs here. So that's where I want all of these guys to live. And just give me a second, please. I want to be able to see the chart session. I want to see the chart session. Okay, I'm not sure if I have anyone throwing any questions, so please give me a second so I can see the chat session. Okay, so quickly, we will continue. Okay, I think now that I can see what you guys are saying in the chat, we can move on. All right, thank you. Somebody say can't. Yeah, right. You're really, really correct. Okay. So you're really correct. So quickly. So this guy, I would we could just have this to be this, or we could just have our 4 KPIs arranged properly up here. I think I prefer to have them just arranged up here. Now I want to use this blue, but I don't want any outline. So I'm going to take that outline out. And I also would not want that curve to be that much. So I'll do that. And I want this to be, we can make this to be a bit, let's work with this, which is what we have at the background. Okay, let's work with this. And if we are okay with this, I would want to probably duplicate this into 5, Control C, Control V, 5 times, or 4 times rather, and I could have this guy here, and I could have this guy spread across. However, I think we will need a title, right? So we need to leave a bit of space for the title. So we have this guy, and of course they don't look properly arranged right now. So there's an easy way for us to quickly do that. So once you have them spread across like this, quickly just highlight one of them and press and hold the Control key, please. Press and hold the Control key and then click on each and every one of them. Then when you do that, you're going to go up here to the format where we've been using. Now, this time, don't work with this. Move to the Arrange section to your right. Okay? Move to the Arrange section, and there's a place that says Align. So I want to align this to the bottom. Right? Now, they are all aligned to the bottom, and I want to also distribute it horizontally. I think it looks good. Now we have everybody placed where they belong. Now I'm going to pick one of these, duplicate it again, and this time I'm going to have a long shape. And what am I going to do with this long shape? I want to have this for the, I want this for the, to be seated up here, which is where our title is going to sit. Okay, this is where our title is going to sit. So, but I would want these guys to be slightly below that, please. Yeah, slightly below that. And for this title, I would want to change the color to what we've been using before, and that will be in the fill session. I'm going to pick the same colors that we'll be using. Okay, so I think we have this for starter. Okay, we have this for starter, and now we can put, how many charts do we want to put here? Let's really confirm. I think we're not supposed to do too much. If your dashboard is too chalked, it's not usually advised. So then let's count how many we have. I know there was one I said we don't have to put here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. So we'll just take out the top 5. We're not going to put the top 5, but feel free to put it if you like it. Okay? So now we have this. So we're going to have 5 charts. Okay? So I would want to put 2 at the top and 3 at the top and 2 at the bottom. Okay, so it's 7. Sorry, 3, 3, please. So we're going to do 3, 3. Okay, so how do we quickly do that? I can just duplicate this. copy, paste. I'm going to resize this. I'm going to resize this. And I'm going to duplicate this. And put it here. But I think this guy is not yet at the height that I want it to be. Okay. So I might just want to, I think it looks better now. I think it looks better now. And remember what we did earlier. When we're done, we're going to have to align each of these. Yes, can you use Micro for data analysis? Macro usually come in when you want to run automation. Okay, so you can actually use it in your report, but mostly you use that for automation purposes. This dashboard we're designing is already automated. If you change anything in your data source, it will impact whatever we're designing here. So yes, it is automated. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this, please. Drop this at the bottom. And I'm going to duplicate it again, again, and again. So I have 1, 2, I'm going to have 2 pie or donut charts here so I can afford to make this smaller. Okay, so the donut charts will be smaller than the orders. And why am I doing this? I'm not supposed to do that. So I'm going to do that here. And yeah, I want this to be smaller because there's a guy here who is going to be really longer than the others. And that is, so this guy can afford to sit at the bottom here. And this guy can move out while this guy is duplicated and we can place it right here. Now, this is what we have so far, but of course we have to align and all of that. But just a tweak in my thoughts. I would want to hear, are we following, please? I think I've been talking to myself. Are we following? Are we together? Can someone please respond before we start aligning these and do all of the things that we need to do? Are we together? Is anyone lost? If anyone is lost, we would want to find them, please. Anyone lost? Okay, why does it look like I'm alone again? Following, thank you, Blessing. Following, thank you, promise. All right, we need more responses. I need to be sure that I am not alone in this journey. Okay, great. Keep the responses coming. I just want to be sure. I know we've stayed longer than we're supposed to, but Esther was telling me that, look, let's do this proper. Let's take all the questions. Let's ensure that we're not leaving anyone without, the proper understanding that they need. So that's why we extended it beyond the proper 3 hours. But we will be done in no time, okay? This is almost done. We've created all of our charts. It's just to position them here. That's what's left now. So I'm glad to see that I have people who are still following. Thank you very much. So quickly, I am going to start bringing in all of those guys. Okay, I'm going to start bringing in all of those guys. But something is just telling me to, I don't know why I feel like I should just make this background to be this, why this is white. I think it's going to pop out better. This is not what I want to use, but so let's make these guys white. White. I think it pops out better white on this off-white background, right? So it pops out better. So let's work with this, and we can also turn this to white so that it becomes kind of, oops, I wanted white, not that. Okay, so we have this. So quickly, we're just going to continue. Or maybe we should leave that guys the way it was. Yeah. All right, so we're going to continue. So now that we have all of this, we just need to align these. I'm quickly going to do this, please. Since we have done this before, I want to align this to the right first. Sorry, to the left, align this to the left, and then we can all have everything together. So again, I'm going to go to Format, and then I am going to, okay, I will do that at Lowell. Okay, so quickly, I'm going to align to the left again, just to make sure that everything is where they are supposed to be. Then I'll leave those guys and then come to the right. Now I want it to actually align with this guy. So I have to drag this guy in a little bit so that it doesn't come out more than this guy, because I want to use that guy as a yardstick for my alignment. Okay, so again, I'm going to go here and I'm going to align right. Okay, all right. So now we have these guys here, but these other guys do not look proper. So for now, let me also ensure that this guy is properly aligned. Again, for whatever you do, always remember that you have to put in professionalism. You want to make sure that everything is as proper as they are. I know this is, what's it called? Just a webinar and all of that, but we also need to make sure that everything is as aligned, as properly seated as they are. I'm going to distribute horizontally just to ensure that the space here and the space here is the same. Likewise, for this guy, I'm going to do the same thing. Okay, now we have this, we have everything looking all crisp. For this guy though, I don't like the space up there. It looks smaller than one at the bottom. So we have this. I think we're going to work with this. Now we want to bring in the title for our dashboard. What do we call this? Please, I need people, before I'll be doing other things, but I need suggestion for the title of our dashboard. Okay, the first, I will make a choice between the first three people. So please drop your title. Let's work with that while I'm doing other things. So the first thing we want to bring here is actually our, what's it called now? Because we have a guy here, we have the revenue. So the first thing we want is the revenue. But before we even do the revenue, why don't we have revenue, total cost, profit, profit margin, and quantity sold? Let's have the labeling properly here. Again, I'm just going to use a shape, or rather a text box. I'm going to use a text box to insert that quickly, a text box to insert the name. So I'm going to call this revenue. Sales, shoes sales performance analysis. Thank you. I want more. Then I'm going to make a choice between the first three, like I said. So I'm going to centralize this, okay? But this font is small. Let's make it 14. Okay, I think 14 looks good. I think we might also want to make it bold and then use our team color, which is the navy blue here. I think this looks good. However, we don't need this outline, so I'm going to take that out. Again, we're going to go up here, outline, no outline. And voila, we have that well seated. So I think now that we have this guy, I'm just going to copy, paste it 4 times, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then move them, arrange them accordingly. But remember, they are not all revenue, so we will have to rename each and every one of them. So I have, okay, shoe sales report for XYZ. I have data report for shoe sales. These are quite interesting. I want more while we're doing this. Okay, so I'm quickly going to do what we did with the other guys, please. I am going to align them. But this time, I'm just going to align them top, just so we have them all at the same position. Okay? All right, so quickly, I am going to start bringing in our values, right? Now that we have this, but this guy is not supposed to be this. It's supposed to be total cost. Total cost. And this guy, I think, is supposed to be profits, right? Profits. And this guy is supposed to be profit margin. And this guy is going to be, what did we even have here? I think we had quantity sold. Okay, so now we have all these guys sitting pretty. Okay, so I'm sorry, but I think I'm going to be partial. I'm going to give preference to the first person that dropped the stuff. I'm going to go with sales. Okay, everything now is so clear. I can't wait to start playing with Excel. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to move with the first person. Blessing, I'm going to give it to you because you were the fastest. I'm sorry, I had to make you guys drop more. So again, I am going to do a similar thing that we did here. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to take it to this guy. And I don't need this color that is here, right? So I'm going to have this to say, I'm going to work with what that guy says, shoe sales performance analysis or report. What was that? Yeah, analysis. So for all of you that suggested, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. You can actually use that on yours so that we have something distinct. Okay? So that we have something distinct. So I'm going to make this a bit bolder than it is already. I'm going to work with this. I don't want this, what's it called now? I don't want this white background. So I'm going to take that out. Okay? I don't want the shape to be filled, but that will also mean that I have to change, what's it called? I have to change the text from navy blue to white so that it can pop up here, or I can even do what we'll be using. So I'm going to use this. However, I think I selected only that, so that's why they are not all coming out. So I think we can make do with this. I'm just going to centralize this. And I think we can leave this guy like this, right? Feel free to adjust it a little more to make sure you have what you think fits better. Okay, so now we're going to start bringing in these guys. Okay, and I think to make life easier, again, I think I might just decide to use all this text that I already have. Here, I'm going to position this guy here, and I'm going to remove this guy. Now, you wonder how I'm going to bring this. So I am going to leave this text box and go up here and put an equal sign. Then go to my pivot table and click on the value I want to bring in. This is what I want to bring in. So just press equal, oops, and it says the formula is missing. Oops. Okay, it's missing. Okay, so maybe because I'm using this. So let me just use the text. There are two ways around this. I can decide to come here and just have like this is equal to this guy. Again, we're trying to get something as dynamic as possible. So it's supposed to. I could also have used the shape, but for some reasons, I prefer to use this, okay? So now we just need to format each and every one of them, and we are good. This one, I think I can afford to use those guys up there, format them, and voila. So now I think that problem is solved. Again, this is just one way to solve this problem, please. Okay. Sorry, I wasn't sure if I clicked on that. So I'm going to pick it now. And there we go. So this is too small. So I'm going to make this way bigger than our text. I want it to be big. Not really slightly, like kind of bigger than, yeah, I think I'm going to work with this, and I'm going to bolden it. And I would want the color to be what we've been using. Consistency is key, right? So is this guy okay where it is, or should we drag it a little up to leave extra space? So this is it for this guy. Again, once you have one, you have all. So I'm just going to copy paste 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4. You see, guys, we're almost done because the main work had already been done when we're doing our cleaning process. Now, again, just like I said earlier, I usually like aligning things. So I'm just going to align this guys just the way we did earlier. So I'm going to align this to the top again so that they are properly placed. Now, total cost, we know that this is not this value. So I'm going to have to go quickly and pick total cost. I want to pick this guy as well. Ooh, did I really pick total cost earlier? Yes, I did. I'm going to pick my margin. Finally, I am going to pick my quantity sold. Okay, my quantity sold, which is this guy. But why the hell do I have this guy in 2 decimal places? I don't need that, right? So I'm going to reduce that. Okay, so I'm going to go back and I'll pick that. Now, there we go. So we have each and every one of them. However, this is not as big as this. I want everything to look like this. So I'll just copy the formatting and voila, copy the formatting and apply it to every single one of them. And there we go. So we have this going. Now, the next thing is to just copy all of those other charts and put here, and we are done. Okay, we're done. So quickly, let's go. The first one, which one do we want to be here? The long ones that I want to be here, in case you were wondering, was this guy that's so long. This one. So let me highlight all of them and let's just bring them in. Highlight. I am pressing and I'm holding the control key. That's how I'm able to highlight every single one of them. Okay, so I'll copy and go to the dashboard page and I'll paste them. Now they actually are here, but they are far, far, far from where I want them to be. So I'm going to drag, So I'm going to drag them closer so that I can start seeing them. All right. I think I can afford to do that. Remember I wanted these donut charts to all be around here. Okay, you can actually copy these things one after the other. It was just because I felt I wanted all of them to be here at once. That's why I decided to go for this option. So I'm trying to get everybody to be where they are supposed to be. Okay, I think we should be good to go. But I think one guy is still missing. Who could that be? This guy will be here. I want this guy to be at the bottom. I want this guy to be here, and I want this line chart to be here. I want this guy to be at the bottom. I think there's one more guy that's not here because we're supposed to have 6 if I remember. So let's go and check. Who did we not bring? Okay, I don't think we have this guy. So let's drop it here. And where are you? I thought I copied that. Okay. Okay, there we go. All right, so I want this guy to be here. Okay. Now there are a few other things that we could have done here, like highlighting the maximum and all of that, but that we might not be able to do but these are things that you can check, and some other steps can also be dropped for you because our time is really, really fast spent. Because for each of these guys, you probably would want to see, as in just at a glance, know which one is the highest and which one is the lowest, and all of that. But in our case now, we're probably going to do that manually, but that's not the efficient way to do it, please. The efficient way is to make it dynamic, create a dynamic formula that automatically changes those things. I'm just resizing. I'm not doing anything special. And that is affecting our stuffs here, which will make me to reduce this to say 10 and reduce all of these guys to say 7 that we had before, so that nobody is interrupting the order. I want this guy to come down a little bit so that this guy can be here. Okay, so I also want this guy to be here. These are not all too necessary. I just want them to be properly where they are. So this is just formatting, nothing mega. And after this, I can say for now we're good. We'll just go through our questions, business questions, and see if we have answered them properly. Okay, so last but not the least, we drag this guy. Okay, so remember we changed this to 7, so we was it 7 or 10? Yeah, I think that would probably be 10. So we do the same for all of them. And I think for whatever reason, I want all of them to be consistent with our text. And our text up there is actually showing that it's actually navy blue. So let all of them be consistent. Now, you wonder why I'm so keen on consistency, right? So if you are delivering a report, part of the things that your stakeholders look out to, do you just do things, or do you actually put thoughts into doing whatever it is that you're doing? You want to tell the stakeholder, or you want to let the stakeholder know that, look, you're not just, bringing numbers from nowhere and just putting them in one place. You're putting real thought into what you are doing. And you also make it easy for them to interact with your report. And I think everybody is on 10. Please align these things as you would want. I just want to align mine to the center. And okay, calibrate body 12. 12 looks good, but I'm going to make all of them 10. Okay. Okay, so this is what we have, but I don't want this line, so I'm just quickly going to take those guys out. And I believe that we can call this one a day. I saw your question earlier. I'm quickly going to show you how I... Okay, so again, just for the shape, we're just going to remove the outline, please. The outline, that's all. And you see that we don't have those lines that are disturbing in a way. Okay. So now this is not the proper way to do this. Like I said, we're supposed to dynamically make these, but we don't really have time. I'm just going to highlight those to show you which are actually, but normally we're supposed to do this dynamically so that if that eventually changes in your data, you're going to be able to see that here. So I think, so this is our dashboard from today. And the next thing we're going to do is quickly look at, oops, so this guy is still having those formatting issue. Okay, so this is our dashboard for today. I don't know if anyone had something close. And if you do, drop us, what's it called now? A sample. And I think the first few people to do something up to this level, we could do small giveaway. Let's do it like that. If there's anybody who has completed the dashboard to a great extent, drop us a sample of that, and we'll send something small to your account, no matter how small it is, but something will get to you for moving as fast as you did. Okay, so for the person, before we look at this, for the person that was asking me how we got this shape, right? It's as simple as what I just did was to pick a shape. If you're still there, I picked a shape and I just drew it here, okay, and decided to change the color to what I wanted. And we decided to go with a light gray. We also took out this and made it gray. Then we said we want to give it like a shadow just the way it is there. So we came here and we worked with the central shadow. That's it. That was how we came about the shape. Nothing fancy. Okay? I hope that answers your question. So that is us for today. Now we can quickly look at our question and see if we can actually answer some of the questions. Okay? How is the business performance overall? You can come to your dashboard and you can see that if you have a profit margin of 47, I think that's a beautiful thing, meaning all of your money is not going in your cost of goods. You're still able to have so much to run your business. So I think we can categorically say that this is actually fair. This is actually very good, actually, not just fair, right? This is actually a good thing that profit margin is this good. All right. Then quickly, you can also go to here again. How have revenue and profit changed over time? We can come here based on what we have here, right? Profits, and we can see that there's no, okay, oh, sorry, over time, that's this one. So we did that for only, okay, we can add profits, please. I think that would be our assignment. Just add profits to read, nothing more, just where I added this one earlier. But you can see that for revenue, it's not really been consistent, right? We had it starting on a okay rate, and then boom, in June, we had our highest sale, and then it started dropping again. August is still ongoing, so I want to believe that we will be able to at least hit the 40,000 mark at the end of this month. So, but this also just gives you that response, that the answer you need. And then which products are driving sales? I think when we come to the dashboard, you should be able to look at the products that are driving sales. We have this Canvas is driving sales, Oxford, and all of this. So basically, you can follow all of these, and you're able to see when you come to the performing brands, when you come to the method, what was it called now? The payment method. I think let's look at that because it's totally different. And somebody was saying earlier that two of them were very, very close. And it's true. If you look at these, 27%, 25%, they are quite close, right? That's for cash and card. But that's interesting to know that people are still paying, using cash, right? So that's how you actually design a business. What was it called? You design. You go through your business questions. You're able to understand your data. You're able to clean your data, and you're able to answer the stakeholders' question and get to them. The next thing will be that you're going to make this available in a presentation slide and probably present it to your stakeholder. So I think I would want to, I don't know if we have, yes, somebody is making a very good suggestion, slicers. So it's easy for us to just put slicer, and I'm just going to put a slicer for month. Okay, we're not going to do so much, but I'm going to put a slicer for month. So slicer, all you need to do is click one of the tables that you've generated, go up to this pivot charts analyze, and then click on slicer. Okay, I want to put okay, we can slice by dates, we can slice by what, but I think let's slice by category. Where is category? I want to slice by category, right? So we have this as a slicer, right? We have this as a slicer, and we can move this to that, to our dashboard. Okay, we can move this to our dashboard. However, it doesn't look good like this. After putting in so much effort to design a dashboard like this, I think it would be good for us to just format this. I know our time is fast spent, but quickly, when you come to this slicer option, here it says 1 column. We want to make it to be 4 column so that we have it horizontally. Okay, we have it horizontally, and we have it horizontally. Do we even want to leave this here? Yes, we can decide to leave it, and we can decide not to. I want to remove the clean parts and just put okay, so this, but we also already know that all of these are categories. We can also decide to remove this category by just coming here and say header display, no. And then we have just this, right? And we have just this. I can also expand this a little more so that this guy fits in there. And you're wondering, why am I putting it here? Because we did not make provision here, but this place is also still a good place that it can sit properly. Now, the only thing is, naturally, what I would do is to format this slicer to look like what we already have. And that's for you to just click on the slicer. And yeah, right now, if I try to, you notice that it's not interacting with everything. So you have to connect it to all of this chart. How do I do that? Quickly click on the slicer, go to this, and then go to report interaction. Click on it, and then check all your pivot tables that were used in your dashboard. Then OK it. Now, if I click on this, can you see everything is now interacting? The only problem with this is that for this category, you see what's happening here. So you might want to remove this from your slicer so that it remains the way it was. Okay, so but practically that's what you need to do, and then I can clear slicer and everything goes back to what they used to be. Now for the formatting, I'm not sure, we've really gone way beyond our time, but usually you will just come here. This is what we're using right now. Click on it, duplicate it, and then come here. Let's call it shoe sale slicer. Oops, I'm not supposed to OK that, but however, I'm going to modify, and I would want to say that the first, the whole slicer, I think I wouldn't want any fill. So let's go and see no color, color pattern. I think we can work with this. Okay, so the whole slicer text these, and then we can now start working with all of these text. Now, this is going to be a lot because we have to check all of these things, but let's quickly just do that. So borderlines, do we need borderlines? We could decide to, I would want to use, in fact, use the same color so that it doesn't really come out, right? But it will, it will. So for the fill, do we want to make it automatic? No. This is for the header. We do not have, okay, so we're okay. Now selected with data, like you know when I was selecting earlier, you see how the colors were actually changing with data and without data. So we can also go ahead and format that. Right now it's still showing this color. We might want to change it to maybe the one that I selected shows red. Is your choice, is your call, right? Whatever you decide to work with is actually fine. For fonts, if it's that, we probably would want to move with a white or that, yeah. But let's see what's happening. Oh, okay. So we also have to do that with, what's it called? This. With data, we've done that. We have to do that without data. Do you want this guy? Do you want this guy? Let's leave this guy. So all of these are just things that you can play around with, as I think our time is fast spent. Which color should we move it? Dark gray, navy blue. Font, oops, a font should be, let's say, white. Unselected with data. Text should be blue. Fill, white. I don't want white. I want it to be exactly the background, but that font will have to change to say, okay, yeah. So is unselected, right? So basically, you just play with these and okay, so that means the one I selected without data is actually giving us this. And for the hover, we didn't even work on that at all. So we might want to just quickly check that. So a quick one. Oh, to increase the dashboard size, that's actually easy. To increase the dashboard size, okay, oh shit, this was supposed to increase. Okay, to increase the dashboard size is actually very easy, just like what I showed you earlier, right? All you just need to do is use this, right? Now, sometimes you might want to set this because this is going to be used on different screens. So you might want to just set something that will work on a big screen, on a small screen, and everybody's able to visually see things the way it ought to be. Okay? So I think we've gone like an hour beyond what we're supposed to today. So quickly, I think another option is instead of placing that there, I could just do this just right here. Oops. So please ask your questions while we are closing out. Or would Esther coordinate that part? Why I just finished this, watch, and then she'll be coordinating the question. How about you, Esther, why I finished this?
Okay, thank you so much, Edmond. I really appreciate it, but please confirm you can hear me. Confirm you can.
I can hear you. I don't know about the others.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay, please can other people confirm they can hear me as well? Thank you so much for the name. Okay, so like I promised those that stayed till this time, I'd already shared the link to the book. Storytelling with Data. It's a very fantastic book that will help you to learn how to tell stories with data, to know the kind of the kind of visuals that you need, why you are using those visuals, how you can combine text with visuals, how you can combine words, when to use words rather than cards, when to use cards, when to use words, when to use bar charts, when to use pie charts. Like I said in the comments, many people have said that pie chart is evil, but I don't want to talk about that now. Maybe sometime later I'll give reasons to that. So I really, 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 really appreciate it. This is a very, very insightful session. It's a very, very fantastic one. And I hope everyone enjoyed today's session as much as I have. And most importantly, I hope you did not just watch. I believe many of you followed through, you worked along with Edmond, and now I believe also that you have a better understanding of how Excel can be used to solve real world problems. And that is what we did today. We started with raw data sets. Then what we did was to go through the process of cleaning the data set, which took most of the time. We also analyzed using pivot table. We visualized, we created different charts, and we also turned those insights that we got from the analysis now into a dashboard. And like I said, we were given some business questions. And these business questions were what we used to extract insight from the analysis that we did, and then we put them into the dashboard. So I think that's exactly what a practical learning should be. You're not just learning the tool, you're not just learning Excel, the interface, but you're learning how to use the tool. You're learning how to solve real problems with it. And I really, really appreciate Edmond, Nathan, for taking us time through this session. I know we said we're going to do this session for 3 hours, but we extended it. Thank you so much for taking us through this session. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us, your experience with us. Thank you so much, and we truly appreciate it. Please, while I'm talking, while I'm finalizing, I would love everyone to just give us in the comment section, what did you like the most during the session? Also help me to appreciate Edmond for taking his time to break this down for us and to help to explain it in a way that we would understand. And I appreciate every one of you for joining as well. Thank you so much for registering for this session. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for participating. The class has been very engaging. Thank you for also asking questions when you were lost. Thank you also for sharing this session with others as well. We are not stopping here. That is the truth. I don't expect you to stop here. And this is what I tell you whenever we have this session, this kind of session. This is what I say. We don't stop here like this. What we'll do is to go back and implement, go back and redo it. And that is what I'm going to encourage you. Please, I want you to go back and work on it. And today's session is just our first practical learning session at Learn It to Hired. And we are going to be bringing more hands-on sessions around Power BI. We're also going to be looking at SQL as well. Many people think SQL is a very, very hard tool to learn. But we are going to also have that session where we'll break it down in a very simple manner that you would understand. We'll also have session on Python and other tools that can help you to become more efficient or more effective as a data professional. And so if you haven't already, I would encourage you to join our WhatsApp channel. Join our WhatsApp channel for more updates, because that's where I get to hear from you. That's where I get to share updates about upcoming sessions as well. And I would also encourage you to follow us on other platforms so that you won't miss the next session. And please share this session with somebody who needs it. You never know who might need this replay. Many people have been asking us for replay, right? So we're going to be sharing the recording with people so that they can also rewatch it and finally understand what they've been struggling with. And like I said earlier, one last thing before we go, don't just close the Excel. Don't close this Excel that you've opened right now after this session. Go back to the data set. Try it again. Change something. Build your own dashboard. Apply what you've learned. I think I did some videos on data cleaning before and how to use pivot table. So for those that did not really get how to use the trim function, the proper function, upper and lower case, you can go back to that video because I had to go back to those things so that people would understand it. So if you would need to go back to that beginner class, please go back to that class, learn it. You can also go to the introduction to Power BI as well video, go back to that video, learn it, and then come back to this practical video rather, so that it would be easier for you to grasp when you are trying to do it again. Like I said, go back to the data set, try it again. You're going to make errors, you're going to make mistakes, and this is how you build confidence. If you don't do all these things, there won't be confidence. When somebody asks you tomorrow, why do you use VLOOKUP, or how can I use VLOOKUP, you won't be able to answer them. That's because you've not practiced. So I encourage every one of you to not just close your Excel, go back to it, try it again, change something, adjust it. Don't just do everything that Edmond had shown us today. You to think outside the box. What other business questions can an organization now ask me aside from those ones that we've listed down? So you can just explore, you can just be more creative about it and build your own dashboard, not necessarily the one that Edmond had built for us. Don't use blue color because he had used blue. You can even try using a different color from what he used and then apply what you've learned. And I want you to also know that the goal is not for you to say, okay, I attended an Excel practical class yesterday. The goal is for you to be able to say that, yes, I can actually do this thing. I can actually solve problems using Excel. And that is why we are building L2A, so that you will learn, so that you can practice it and also use it in wherever you find yourself. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining. Like I said, I would love to get your comments because I'll be sending it out on LinkedIn on next week. So we want your comment. We want to know how the things that stood out for you. And another thing I would like to say now is to please ensure that you are following Edmond. Whenever you have questions, please reach out to him. You can follow him on LinkedIn. Edmond, please, can you share your LinkedIn profile as well so that people would follow you on LinkedIn? Okay, so someone is asking, when do we apply VLOOKUP and XLOOKUP? So XLOOKUP is the advanced version of VLOOKUP, right? So I'm going to also be sharing some things that will help you. Because of time, we may not really go deep into that part. I'm going to send an email to everyone that registered. So we're going to also be attaching some materials that would help you to learn better and to understand all these things that we had touched today. So Edmond, please, I encourage you to share your LinkedIn profile or whichever social media that you would like others to connect you on. And lastly, like I said, if you would like us to share the book again, I would share it again for those that stayed till this time. I shared the book already. I'm going to reshare it. You can ask for access and I will grant you access. I didn't grant everybody access. So those that are on this group are those that would be given access to the charts. Let me remove it. Okay, so those that are on the that's attended till this time are the ones that will be granted access. So once again, everyone, thank you so much. Like I said, we said we're going to finish by 5 Nigerian time. Okay, Edmond had shared his link. So I'm going to post it now so that more people can connect with him. Once again, thank you so much, everyone, for joining. We really appreciate you. Like I said, I encourage you to go back to it. Ask your questions. Anytime you have questions, ask them in the comments, and I'm going to give you responses to those questions. So Edmond, I don't know if you have any other thing, and if you have any other questions for Edmond, so that we would ask him, and then we would call it a day. But once again, we appreciate every one of you for staying till this time. Please enjoy the rest of your day, everyone. Okay, Edmond, yeah, thank you so much. We really appreciate
my
you.
pleasure. I just wanted to say thank you for people who stayed up to this hour. Staying in a class for 4 hours is not easy, but you actually made it.
It's not easy.
I actually believe that this is going to pay off for you. Feel free to reach out if you have further questions, and of course, we'll always be here to help.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'll be sharing the WhatsApp channel to the chat now so that other people can join. We have WhatsApp channel. Subscribe to this YouTube channel as well so that you won't miss out on anything. For my WhatsApp channel, please join the WhatsApp channel, because that's, like I said earlier, that's where I listen to people. And another thing is, I would love to have a Q&A session with those that are interested in joining, those that want to join. So we would have a Q&A session where I want to listen to you, listen to your questions, and then I'm able to answer all your questions, because I know many people really have questions. They don't know what to do. They have interest, but they don't know the exact role to go for, whether to do analysis, whether to do data science, or what have you. So we're going to be treating that later, but that would be, it will be communicated to you. So I will be sending all the links to you. Join the link. Also subscribe to this channel, and you won't miss out on anything. So once again, thank you so much for joining. So we'll be calling it a day now. Enjoy the rest of the day, everyone.